Well, good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell and Abigail, here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from Republic Boot Company. As the man told you, we are here. Fireball's already bartending. He brought me a Coors Light, which was awfully nice, and
Wow.
we are on. Dell's gonna do some shooters today. He's got
Really?
2 shows here today. He said, yeah, he and Fireball sat down. It looks like they're going to throw some fireballs this morning and get
Wow.
going for this show. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Look what we're doing again. The Dell who doesn't drink, we're going to pretend like he's going to drink again. Gallagher, thanks. Let's once again.
Hey, you know what, Dell? Sometimes John is painting
Low
a picture
battery.
and painting a mystery is what he's doing.
Yeah.
You don't have
Yeah.
to ruin it right off the bat.
Yeah, it's radio. We paint pictures.
Yeah, paint
okay?
pictures, Dell,
Yeah.
not just
Yeah.
come in and immediately drop a
You
big
paint
turd
pictures
on
like
it.
you paint. Yeah, speaking of turd, you paint pictures like a mental patient who's in the hospital and throws turds at the wall. That's
John's
the
a
pictures you're
Jackson
painting.
Pollock.
Wow.
John's
No,
the
he's not.
Jackson Pollock
Now
of
we're-
painting. He
Right.
just
Wow. We're
throws
making
stuff
fun
all
of
over the
mental
place.
people.
No, I'm making
now.
fun of you.
Mental, he called them. Mental people. Very nice. You can see us on Twitch and on X. You can't see Lance, but Abigail takes his place today. So you guys, I'm sure it'll light it up. As she is in the control room, Dell and I are here at Republic Boot Company, and Lance is at his palatial estate somewhere in the middle of Houston.
No, I'm.
Oh, you actually went? You guys went?
Yeah, we ended up going. I'm at a bed and breakfast in Savannah, Georgia, and let me tell you, we went to a nice dinner last night, a tasting, and we're greeted by we get our drinks. I had a peach old fashioned, and my wife.
Of course you did.
Well, it's an old fashioned, but they had pressed peach liqueur.
Well, it's a peach. It's Georgia.
Yeah, no, it was. It wasn't as good as regular old fashions, but anyway. So it's this old antebellum house, basically, and it's a highly regarded restaurant. We go in, and it's nice. It was dressed nice. It's nice, and this older guy with kind of longer, stringy silver gray hair comes over and tells us, well, your waiter's going to be a little bit. I have some women in the back that are kind of giving him a hard time. So I'm like, okay. And it's not unusual, John. You've seen where there are some like career waiters who are older guys are usually very, very good at their job. Right. And so this guy comes over again and starts to discuss the menu with us and tell us what's on the tasting menu. And you have some options on there. And he's just very like, wow, this guy's he's really good the way he describes everything. And as we keep going on, we realize, he shows us he talks about something having to do with the Nobel Peace Prize. There's something that it turns out, and then he shows us this small book, and it's pictures of him and the Dalai Lama, this guy and the Dalai Lama, and then a Marc Jacobs collaboration he did with the designer. Like, what in the hell? We end up Googling the guy's name. Oh, no big deal. It's just the owner who also just still works as a waiter and runs a restaurant right there, just walking and talking to people and serving people. Then he starts to talk to us about physics, quantum physics, and extremely high-end mathematics. And he talks about when the monks come in, like the Tibetan monks come in 3 times a year to this place, and people of Savannah can come and have different mandalas blessed or whatever they make. The monks make them upstairs, some kind of mandala. So this guy's writing on our tablecloth, showing us these different theories and different ways that 5 is not a prime number, which blew my wife away. He showed us let me put it this way. It was, how I'm kind of a genius in sports. Well,
no,
my genius, and then put it with physics and math. And it turns out this guy was.
And that's you.
John, right. This guy was born in New York to Russian parents, second generation immigrants. He became like a savant in sports and was just betting sports, was handicapping sports. He tested out positive. He tested perfect scores on the SAT, but then he didn't want to go to college because it was just too boring. He didn't go to school. He was homeschooled. No, I think he quit school and just learned on his own. But this guy, everything he said, you would think, okay, this can't be true. He's bull crapping us. There's no way. Then if you checked it on Google, oh no, it's true. It's true. His wife was a fashion model. His son played professional hockey and then got tired of it because all the guys, you're not going to like this part, because he was only 16 and he was with, like low end professional, not like NHL. And he was playing in Canada in Montreal. And, he's like, oh, all these guys do is try to drink beer and get laid. He said, this is not for me. So he quit. And you know what he did?
Like that. He said it like it's a bad thing.
Yeah. Oh, no. He said it like it was really
That's
bad.
Terrible.
He goes, this is too boring for me. So he went and studied on his own and then moved in with the monks. So now he's with the monks.
He got a Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh, no, he was nominated. He was nominated in 2021. Gary Butch. Gary
Butch? Yeah, but I told you I had something better. I played Omaha with the guy who invented Omaha.
Yeah, that was pretty good too. This guy, my wife, we were so blown away by all this.
See what happens when you travel, Dale. You meet people.
I traveled to Savannah. I went to Savannah, Georgia myself in the summer. You know who I met?
Who?
Well, I didn't meet Paula Dean, but I met a restaurant. So that's where you should go.
Oh, you ate some good stuff with butter in
Southern
it.
Well, we're about to eat
mac and cheese and fried chicken.
We've got a breakfast coming with
in Savannah, Georgia.
And no one called me an ugly word.
Not what? Paula didn't come out and start dropping N-bombs?
She wasn't there.
What's this little doing here? Hey, Paula.
I'm just eating. Paula.
Customer, Paula.
Oh, man, that's good stuff. That is good stuff.
My wife ended up asking for because his daughter runs the restaurant, and it turns out his son-in-law is it's like a whole family thing. But my wife said, can we have this tablecloth that he drew on she wants to show it to Marty and show it to other people. And she goes, yeah, that's fine. Other people have taken his tablecloths before and framed them because this is not the first time he's done this. Like this guy's so ADD that it was like James Joyce. He was just stream of consciousness. And I'm focused on him trying to understand just one thing. And he was telling us like, Kandinsky, Kandaranian, or, he'd say a name of a mathematician, almost like, him. And I was like, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, huh?
Well, the physical Camden's law of third relativity. Well, in that regard, I'm like, oh, okay, I see. I got you now. Yeah. Knew nothing. The whole conversation, didn't know anything. Most fascinating
I'm a terrible
conversation
person
where I knew nothing.
Because I would say, hey, can I eat my food?
Yeah. Can you stop writing?
Can you stop talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Time I wanted that. There was a time
you're messing up our tablecloth here. Could you? And by the way, can you get away from us? So
I came here to eat. That's actually what I'm here for.
Well, my wife took the tablecloth, so we've got the tablecloth now.
Oh, nice. Frame it. Frame the tablecloth of
Gary
Butch.
Yeah,
that's something.
Gary Butch.
Isn't that something? Neat stuff. Neat stuff.
Oh, see,
that's not neat stuff. Neat stuff. A guy who was a Nobel Prize winner versus a guy who
didn't
in Omaha.
You should win a Nobel Peace Prize if you invent Omaha. Okay. And your guy didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize. He was nominated. He was just nominated. That's like Dell could be nominated for the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. He won't get in, but he could be nominated.
Well, considering the company, I don't want to be in.
So there's that.
Oh, look. Oh, John. I don't get as many tweets as you guys do, but my last two mentions, neat stuff, Lance, neat stuff from the people.
I don't care. If you were there talking to a mad scientist.
Neat stuff, Lance. You got to.
No one cares.
I did too.
Maybe you are a man of the people.
Hey, maybe you people should suck the A.
Oh, whoa. That's 2 times. Is it just not being in studio that he gets away with this?
Wow. Yeah, you just dropped another suck. Mommy. What is
black hair? Don't care.
Does the ugly man mean? That's the man from Georgia.
Just
mean?
because your
art says neat stuff. His stuff.
It's not just art. Not just art. You did it. I said I got it twice.
Well, he's blocked him, Cub fan Timmy, so he doesn't know.
Oh,
Lance has blocked him.
I just muted him. All he did was complain about it. He just complains about the show literally nonstop. I've never seen somebody who hates this show more than if we deviate at all from hardcore sports. He's just so angry.
Yeah,
and he's listened for 20. He's listened for over 25 years. Like, what? Are you new to this? Timmy,
You don't know.
we
Do you not
move in different
know of Lance's
directions.
ADD? Do you not know about it?
Well, I
Do
met
you-
somebody who out ADD'd me yesterday. Trust
no. Oh, the guy who wrote on your tablecloth and wouldn't leave
me. The
you
guy who
alone at
wrote on
dinner?
my tablecloth and
The guy
wants
who
me to come back
wouldn't
in
shut up,
February to meet the monks
talking quantum physics. Okay.
with
That guy.
me. And he's like, I know you're a genius in your field. And I said, that's true. He goes, well, in my field. And so then we had two geniuses talking, which was kind
A
of
genius,
cool.
but not very
Yeah.
perceptive.
Right.
I thought it was
Right.
pretty cool for my wife to be at a table with two people who are geniuses, a Hall of Famer and a Nobel Peace.
And a Nobel candidate,
A Nobel
nominee.
finalist.
A nominee. Finally,
Congratulations. You met Dylan Gabriel. Big
Yeah.
deal anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't meet the Dylan Gabriel.
You met the Dylan Gabriel of Nobel finalists. Congratulations.
They never won one, but
Yeah.
Yep. But he's, you know what? He was there. Congratulations, you were there. I was at the Rockets game last night.
Yes.
And speaking of Dylan's, man, Dylan Brooks was filling it up last night. Holy crap. He and Jalen Green, that's a bad team. I mean, they didn't have Ingram. They didn't have Zion. It's just not a good Pelican team. They're just bad. So that was easy pickings last night, but they still got to play and they still got to come through. And Jalen was fantastic last night. That's the Jalen you want to see. The one, he took 22 shots, which is not, but he hit 13 of them. Yet I think maybe his third game of the season that he's hit over 50% in a game. So he was great. Alpern was great. Jabari, all of them. The starter, Fred VanVleet, actually.
Did you go to the game?
Yeah, I went to the game.
Okay, so what was the atmosphere like there?
It was nice. It was good. I mean, it was probably 85%, 80% full. But it was good, man. It's that people are. And that's a regular season game against the Pelicans, who are bad
on a Thursday
night. I mean, it would have been nice to have it full, and people. I think people are starting to get on board with this team. They're lamb killers. There's no question about that. Although they have lost to a couple of lambs, but for the most part, this is a lamb killing team, and that's not a good team. So if there was a good team in town, when there's a good team in town, I expect it to be full and people excited about this basketball team. Jalen is just.
Do you ever find yourself? Either one of you find yourself doing this? I've done this multiple times where people say, I've done this in the chat sometime on our chat function here, where people say, "Yeah, I just haven't watched the Rockets for years," or "I checked out after James." And I tell people, you really need to watch this team because you'd like it. Like, they play hard, they play defense. This is not some entitled team. It's not a team full of divas. Like, you can really get behind this team. This is a fun team.
Yep. No, it absolutely is.
You ever had that conversation with anybody?
It was fun last night. They weren't just jacking up threes, not just chucking all night. They did. They shot. They did threw up 39 threes, which is not a few. But it seems like Jalen was going to the basket. It was exciting. It was fun. They were running. They were 50 for 87. They actually made baskets 57% last night, 43% of their threes. Dylan Brooks was just on fire. Everything he threw up, he just went. He had a heat check shot, a 1-footer, Dirk Nowitzki, of 20 feet from the basket, and it went in. It was like, oh my gosh, that dude. That's when you got to get the ball to him and just let him go, because he was good last night. It was fun. It was a good atmosphere. It was a lot of fun. So nice job, Rockets, last night. They're one of the best teams in the West, and they continue to show it. They won by 20 last night. One of the guys I was with last night, during the middle of the game, he took Pelicans plus 21, and they needed a basket at the buzzer for him to hit that plus 21. So everybody had a good time last night. Everybody had a good time.
One of the guys I was with showed me how five wasn't a prime number.
Well, see, and my guy actually had a better time and I had a better time rooting for him to hit his plus 21, and he hit his plus 21.
Mine had a knee issue and had to sit down at our table and drink a Diet Coke while he wrote on our.
Oh, while he wrote on your tablecloth. Yeah, mine didn't have any knee issues. But if you have a knee issue, Doc Manavis is here for you. She can help you with that as well. But this is not about that. Actually, I went to Game Day Men's Health yesterday, truth be told, and I got my numbers because I've been there for 6-7 weeks now, And I went, and they wanted to draw blood, and they looked at my numbers, and we discussed everything that was going on, and our course of action now going forward. And Jamie couldn't have been more informed and exactly knowing exactly what we need to do to get me to where I want to be. And that's what they do at Game Day Men's Health. Everybody, every one of them has got a Jamie that is just perfect and wonderful at what they do. And the labs are all there for you in store, which means it's a big difference maker when they can take your blood, look at what's going on, and then diagnose and treat right there on the spot, as opposed to the other places where you go, then you have to go back the next week just to get your results. That's not what's happening at Game Day Men's Health. It's different. I'm telling you, it's good. Free consultation. And what do you want to do? What do you want to achieve? You want to be better at work. You want to be better in the gym. Do you want to be better in the bedroom? Do you want to be better everywhere? Do you want to be thinner? Do you want to be stronger? Whatever it is that you want, you've got it at Game Day Men's Health. I love it. And I'm telling you, Game Day Men's Health, it's different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights.
Welcome back to Republic Boot Company, the best smelling place we ever do a show. As soon as you walk in, you smell the leather here. It is fantastic. It is just awesome. Love this place. And you will. I was looking at stuff here. If you've got the woman in your life, how about this holiday season, getting her some, if she goes to the rodeo, she likes to go to the rodeo cook-off, so she goes to the rodeo. This is a great place to get her something. They've got purses and bags and belts and all kinds of great stuff. I wish if we were still here, I would get my wife some because we would go to the rodeo every year. Maybe we still might come to the rodeo every year. But this is a great, great place for you to get her something that she will love come rodeo season. Abigail, do you go to the rodeo?
Yeah, I love the rodeo.
You do? You and Madison, you come over here to see Madison and shop over here?
I've came a couple times.
You have?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Isn't it great?
It's a beautiful place.
The stuff that they got for women here. I mean, they got everything you could possibly need. Everything you could possibly need for rodeo. So if you're somebody that loves cowboy, this is a place to be. This is the place to be. And Fireball's here, and if you want to come and drink, he's got a seat at the bar for you. You don't have to pay for it because they can't sell it.
Yeah, knock it off. It's time for me to talk about what I had last night.
Sorry.
I mean, I didn't have a Nobel.
What, you had chicken? Or?
I didn't have a Nobel Prize finalist, but I did go over to a place that gave me my first job, Double Dave's.
Oh yeah,
and they still have the great cheese sticks.
Pizza?
I didn't go with pizza. I went with cheese sticks, and I had some, and I cut up some honey baked chicken that I had from the night before and put it on the cheese sticks.
Oh, nice.
And then, I mean, I didn't have a memorable conversation where I didn't get someone to write on my tablecloth.
No,
but I enjoyed my meal. And it took me like 30 minutes to eat, as opposed to the 4 hours Lance spent before he got to his food yesterday.
Yeah.
So, John, what did you have?
I was at China Garden last night.
We love Carol.
We love Carol. I went to China Garden. She came
anyway.
over. She didn't write on the tablecloth once. She just came over and said hi. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. I had 2 egg rolls, as a matter of fact, and I had we had fried rice, and we had the jalapeno shrimp. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. So yeah, we had a big time. Nobody wrote on my tablecloth, not once.
Man,
yeah.
Sometimes you just miss out.
Yep. That's it. There is that.
Abigail,
I
know you generally have unseasoned ground beef with rice.
Don't start right now.
That's the bodybuilder's meal.
What did Abigail? Why you eat so bland? Oh, you're working. You're training. You're training.
No.
So what did you have for dinner last night, Abigail?
I actually
did you
had
have
pizza.
Oh, look at that! Pizza.
How are we going to win any competitions eating pizza?
Guys,
gluten-free
pizza. I'm laying back.
It's holidays. She's chilling. Did anyone come over and regale you with math and
what?
complex equations?
Right now?
Did anyone regale you with math and complex equations while you were trying to eat your pizza?
No. What?
Not one person.
One person, huh?
She missed the first segment. She wasn't even listening.
Well, I wish I had that opportunity.
Can you guys hear me?
What's that, Lance?
Can you even hear me? I think there's a delay.
No,
we can hear you.
We're ignoring you like you ignore me when I'm in LA.
We heard you say neat stuff while I was talking. Yeah. I heard you.
Yeah.
You did? Right. That was a good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you. We just didn't care.
No.
What? We just were talking over you. That's all.
I've heard. Trust me.
So I'm intrigued by this line tomorrow. Went from -3 to +3, all because of Pat Mahomes is absolutely worth 6 points, right? I mean, so when at first I was shocked that it came out. Actually, you were right, Lance. It was like, why would they put that line out there, not knowing that Pat Mahomes? Yet they put it out there, and I would imagine maybe some people actually bet. I would think some people jumped on the Chiefs +3. So Vegas has a bit of a problem there, putting out a number like that when they don't even know if Pat Mahomes. My bookie, and then it's even a worse problem if you took the Texans -3 because you got them +3 right now. So
that was so stupid. Like anybody who had to take it to. Like the Texans were never going to be a favorite if Pat Mahomes played. Never, never, never. Yeah. And even if he didn't, the Texans offense isn't great, and the Kansas City Chiefs defense is good. Like it's going to be a low scoring game. The Texans have a really good pass rush, and the Chiefs have a pretty lousy offensive line, to be honest with you. It's the luckiest 12-win team I've ever seen in my life. It's not even close.
No, it absolutely is.
Nobody thinks they're the best team in the AFC.
The
Nobody
missed
does.
field goals, the blocked field goals, the penalties that wasn't called when it
Doink
was
off the side of the
yeah.
upright.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. They should have 4 losses right now. At least they should have 4 losses. I like the Texans this week, though. I like them tomorrow. I do. I think that they're. I think they're focused. I know that offensively they're challenged. I think that's the nicest way I can put it. They're challenged offensively, but I do think that they're going to come to. Now, it's not a great team to try to come together against offensively. This Chiefs team is really good defensively, but you know who else is really good defensively? The Texans. I don't know that we give them enough credit for what they're doing defensively.
I think you're right. I think we kind of take it for granted because we can pick different things where they need to get better. But the fact is, if you look at the numbers, the Texans really, other than giving up some long touchdown passes and longer throws, there's not a lot of areas where you can look at the Texans and have a problem. They do swarm to the football. They rally to the football as a unit. They're creating a ton of turnovers. And the one thing, I'll never forget the Chicago Bears team with Rex Grossman, who went to the Super Bowl. I mean, that was a bad. They had a good running back with Cedric Benson. They had, a very average offense, but they had a defense that took the ball away. You get a defense that takes the ball away, and you got a chance to win at a high level because creating turnovers, winning the third phase in special teams, the Texans have that ability. I know Kaimi has had some ups and downs, but they create turnovers. They do have a good third phase. And we know that their offense is way better than anything the Bears had under Rex Grossman, and they were a Super Bowl team. So we've seen much worse offenses go deeper. It's just that, right now you happen to be playing in a time with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes. And I mean, really, typically, I know the Chiefs aren't scoring a lot this year, but typically you've got to be able to put numbers on the board nowadays. It's just you have to. Just in case your defense gets let down.
Would you consider the Texans one of the best defenses in the league?
I feel like this is a trap. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think takeaways are a big part. Yeah, I think I would consider them one of the best defenses.
Yeah, and listen, they're fourth
Do you have a
in the league.
stat that's going to counter that or something?
No, they're 4th in the league in yards per game, giving up yards per game. They are 6th in the league passing against the pass. They are top 10 against the run. They are top 10 against points, 8th in the league in points, or 6, 8, 9th in the league in points per game, 21.4. They're absolutely. I mean, the numbers, the sack numbers, they're 2nd in the league. They're the pressures. They're one of the best defensive teams in the league, and I don't think. Now we have seen them give up some long passes, but that was a while ago now, right? I mean, when was the last?
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Titans.
Yeah, they did Tennessee. Yeah,
their last loss. Yeah,
yeah, their last loss they gave up. That's 3 weeks ago now that they gave up. Yeah, I mean, so this is. I don't believe we're giving them enough credit. This is at home in the playoffs. They've got a good chance to beat whoever the 5 seed is going to be, or 6 seed, wherever they get in. I really believe. I don't think we're giving this team nearly enough credit. Probably because they're not doing what we expected them to do. They're not a juggernaut offensively. I mean, this offseason, it's a bunch of people, including us. How are you going to stop this team with all the weapons that they've got this year? Who's going to stop them? If Tank doesn't, if Nico doesn't do it, then Steph is going to do it. If Steph doesn't do it, Tank is going to do it. You got Joe Mixon. You got Schultz. You got so many weapons here. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. None of that has appeared. None of that has shown up this year. And I think that's why we're probably a little bit down on this team. And yet here they are, 9-5, 10-5,
9-5.
But it's also why I'm hopeful, John, because I know these things exist. Like I know for a fact that they exist on a metaphysical plane. Oh, sorry. I'm just kind of I'm on a different level than you guys now, but I know they exist. It's just a matter of, do you have access? When can they access them? And I'm not sure. And sometimes it doesn't happen until the offseason. Like I'm not convinced that Tank's going to be a factor at all this year. But not like
I still believe
he's got stats, but he's not a factor. I don't care what the numbers say, and I'm a numbers guy. I don't care what his numbers say. We know that he's not imprinting on these games. But I do believe it can happen at any time. Like, I
Yeah.
do believe now.
You believe now? Do you
I
believe
believe now.
now?
I'll
Yeah.
believe more if it happens.
Yeah. That's tomorrow, baby. They play the Chiefs tomorrow. We've been looking forward to this stretch. They get game 1 against the Dolphins. They've got the Chiefs and the Ravens and Steelers play tomorrow as well. And then they switch, and the Texans play the Ravens, and the Steelers play the Chiefs on Wednesday, on Christmas Day. So that's how the schedule makers, that's what they did. And you know what? That's a credit to the Texans that they're so highly thought of this offseason that they gave them this stretch right here. All of these other teams are big name, big franchises that the league always puts in prime time. All these three other teams are teams that the league puts in, and the Texans are in that esteem this year, which is nice, which is really, really nice. They're not living up. They haven't lived up to it so far, but let's see if they do over this 2-game stretch against these two teams. All right, breaking it here. 713-780-3776. I am talking live. We are live at Republic Boot Company. I'm talking about another legend here in this city, and that's Jim Fiume. Jim Fiume has been doing this over 40 years now in the city of Houston, giving you the best that you could possibly have in windows, the vinyl windows, the wood-clad windows, the aluminum, the hurricane windows, the same with the doors. When you're looking at, and listen, sliding doors are flimsy, right? You're going to hear all kind. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not at Gulf Coast Windows. They're not. They are sturdy, and they are. You're still going to have that same quality where you're not going to hear noise outside. You're not good. They're going to be tough for the bad guys to break into. They are going to be. They're going to add value to your home. All of these things, nothing changes, even with a sliding door. And the regular doors, too. When you go see this showroom, they've got them all lined up, everything lined up. And it's like, wow, I don't know which one to pick because this one's better than that one and that one's better. It's incredible, the quality that you're going to get. You are going to get the best in quality every time with the best insulation and a warranty that you're going to love every single time. At GulfCoastWindows.com, tell Jim Fiume you heard it right here. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, Republic Boot Company, where they are getting their leather on here, brother. It is totally, totally sweet. Come back and come on out and hang out with us today, 11th and Studemont. Just come over here and walk right in and come hang out today. Got open bar, and they got everything you could possibly want here as far as rodeo wear. So you're looking for a great place to shop for him or her this holiday season. This is it. This is a great place. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Get your cowboy on over here. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. Rockets win last night. Texans play tomorrow. We've got our first college football playoff game tonight with Indiana taking on Notre Dame. And then 3 tomorrow as well. What a great weekend this is for sports. This is fun.
Yeah, and if you're driving around, you can hear all the games here on ESPN 97.5. We will carry every CFP game until the end. So if you're out and about for whatever reason and you want to hear Indiana Notre Dame, you can listen to it here, and then on tomorrow starting at 11 you're going to be able to hear all the games. So we are your home for CFP in town.
It is. This is the place to go. Rockets will play on Sunday as well. So we had the Rockets last night. We've got college football playoffs tonight. We've got Texans on Saturday along with college football playoffs. We've got NFL and Rockets on Sunday. What a great, great weekend. What a great time to be alive in America. This is something special. Or if you're in Savannah, Georgia, you can talk quantum physics. Oh, you got that as well.
Oh, we're going to a sports bar tonight, or cocktail bar, sports bar, and watch games tonight. And then, of course, her Longhorns in the afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. What time's that? What time's that one?
3 o'clock. I don't know. 3 o'clock Central, right?
3 Central. So 4 o'clock for you. With quantum physics boy.
Either the night is ruined.
There's an hour
or the
difference in time.
I'll find out. If they lose to Clemson, the night is clearly ruined.
They're not losing to Clemson. There's
I don't see any
zero.
way either.
Clemson's
not. Clemson doesn't have enough juice to beat the Longhorn defense.
Their defense is just too good. Klubnik, what do you? Klubnik's coming back, right? Oh yeah, I've got the odds for Heisman Trophy next year already. Have you seen these? Yeah, we got the odds for Heisman Trophy next year is. Hey, dang it, I lost it. It's I think Klubnik was up there. Grant Nussmeier's up there. Garrett Nussmeier's up there. What's up, pal? Niall is here, so everybody, the party started.
What were the odds of Niall showing up?
No, odds were 100%.
Okay,
100% Niall would show up. Okay. Yeah, he's who you got? Who you got next year? Who's a really good player that's coming back?
Let's see. I mean, it's got to be a quarterback. Speaking of potential Heisman candidates next year, Carson Beck is probably not going to play in the college football playoffs, and I'm not sure it changes their chances, if I'm being honest. I know he's played well in the fourth quarter games, but his mistakes have put them in a hole this year, and that's a guy that I think should go back to school and be on that Heisman list next year.
Oh, well, I'm burying the lead. You know who is the favorite next year?
Is it Arch?
It's Arch.
Yeah,
Arch is the favorite. Garrett Nussmeier is second. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is third. Drew Aller, Iamaleava.
Drew Aller's going to be one of the favorites.
Yeah,
Nico
Iamaleava.
Talented,
but erratic.
Iamaleava.
Ia is
or Nico. Just call him Nico.
Nico.
Yeah.
Klubnik's after that. Then Kevin Jennings. Lenora Sellers, underrated. Lenora Sellers is going to be in New York next year. Watch him from South Carolina. He's a good passer, but he is a great runner. Great runner. So, and then DJ Lagway is up there too. So Arch, though, the favorite, that's just a little hyperbole, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just an assumption based on the Longhorns have an offense that scores. I mean, they're going to lose a bunch of players, but then they're just going to portal a bunch of players in. So it really doesn't matter. I mean, they got great running backs, so their offense is going to score a lot of points. So he's going to be in an offense that scores a lot of points. He's got a headline conference in the SEC where you have a chance to get big wins under your belt. And yeah, I think Arch probably should be one of the top 5, but we're still working off of a lot of conjecture. I mean, he did look. The stats were really good when he started. Now, if you actually watch those games, you saw a lot of catch and run. You saw a lot of guys running wide open on deep balls. It wasn't against the best competition, but I think you almost have to put him in the top 5 of like you can't let his odds become too long because the bookmakers will get buried. People would fire on Arch Manning because he's in an offense that scores a lot of points.
Yeah, and he's Texas, and they're going to win. So you got almost a guaranteed winner there because Texas will win again next year. And Garrett Nussmeier, not sure that how good they're going to be. Not sure how good Oklahoma's going to be. Penn State is going to win. Maybe Drew Eller takes another step. I thought he took a step this year. I think Drew Eller is better than I thought he was going to be. Not you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Drew Aller.
Drew Aller's probably your number 1 quarterback next year in the draft is my guess.
Drew Aller is?
Yeah, Drew Aller's got size. He's got arm talent. Drew Aller is going to have a lot of 3 years under his belt. Is 3 or 4 years under his belt? I think 3 years at Penn State. Yeah, Drew Aller has the makings of being a top quarterback next year.
Well, Nico Klubnik, I'm not impressed with. Kevin Jennings is going to be up there as well, and so is Sellers and DJ Lagway. But Lagway's he was a freshman this year, right?
Yes, a true freshman.
Yeah.
Freshman.
No, Lagway to me is the one you put your money on next year.
Next year, yeah.
Lagway, you put your money on. Dual threat quarterback who's also in the SEC, who is wildly explosive. That dude's really talented.
Is Nick going to have an open bar on Monday? No, Nick doesn't do that, but I will say this. We will be buying some Coors Lights for you. That's for sure. That is going to happen. I'm going to be buying some Coors Lights, Jason, so you come on by and bring Garrett. And I know I'm not sure he's of age, but he could have some Coors Lights. That's fine. What? What do you mean what? Whatevs. Okay, just
I feel like you're just condoning it now.
Yeah,
condoning it. He's
condoning
endorsing it. He's not just condoning it.
I almost got my daughter kicked out of her sorority for bringing cases of beer to her when she was just a sophomore in college. She almost got kicked out.
Terrible.
Yeah, no, it's a good dad. That's a great dad. I won Dad of the Year that year. Okay, Dad
you
of the Year.
You didn't win. You were nominated.
Right,
Dylan Gabriel. The Dylan Gabriel of dads.
I was nominated that year, and the other year was when JT was 12. We went up to the Green Bay game, the Texans Green Bay game. 2 a.m. JT's got a Coors Light helmet on, and he's playing like he's Lord of the Rings with a broom. And at 2 a.m. and Sean Pendergast looks at me. You just won Father of the Year. Yeah, that's right.
And
yeah,
for the 4th year in a row. Thank you.
So there's that. We are at Republic Boot Company. We want you to come here and hang with us, and we're going to be at Nick's place on Monday for the Christmas party. Niall, you'll be there, right? Niall's already drinking Lone Stars here. Okay, Niall heard there was free beer here, and he said, I'm in. Doesn't matter what time. Niall is here, okay? So let's go. Get on over here and hang with Niall. We got theater seating here, Niall, right here in front. So anytime you want to grab some, go ahead. I am just I'm probably going to be called by HR at some point in my life, and that's going to be Chris, and he's going to call, and he's going to say, what did you say, and why did you say that on the radio? And if you have a problem child at your business, well, then you need HR&P. You don't need to do it yourself. You need HR&P to handle your HR situations and it's not just problems, okay, with HR. There's all kinds of stuff that need to be done HR-wise, training and everything else that people need, especially if they have some issues. But here's the deal. HR&P is somebody that you can count on to do the right thing because they know HR. You don't. You don't know payroll. They do. You don't. So let them handle the payroll issues that you have for your business, especially if your business is growing. then you need HRP to handle that, as opposed to spending more money than you have to. Make it concise, make it perfect every time with proprietary technology that you just don't have. Plus, when it comes tax time, they're the best. So you're looking for the best way. Call Laura here at our station and ask her about HRP, and she will tell you everything that they do for us. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Oh, look at Dimitri. We got Nikos while Lance is over there eating peaches and alligator. We got Nikos.
Peach infused alligator?
Yeah.
Is that what he's eating?
Yeah, that's what he's eating. He's in Georgia. Okay. Oh, we're at a 5-star restaurant or whatever.
So we got tacos yesterday when he wasn't in the building, and now we got Nikos.
Yeah. Kent Jones brought it. Now Dimitri from Nikos brings us over here to Republic Boot Company. Come on by if you want to have breakfast with us. We got plenty for everybody to come on, stop on by and eat and drink and have start the holiday off right. Let's go. Let's get this job done. Get on over here. Hey, look at, Demetrius over at Nikos is the best. He was at I was over at Glenn Davis's thing the other night at Hugh O'Connor's, I think is the name of the place. It was a neat little place, great little place in the West U. And it's a big soccer bar. Anyway,
my favorite part of doing this show is the unexpected entrance by Lance. It's always a sound effect. It's like he's got his own sound effects wherever he is, and it's an entrance like.
I just took
except
the mute
it's
off,
on accident.
Yeah, it's on accident. Lifting up his mic or whatever. But
Hugh O'Connors. There's two Hugh O'Connors. I've been to watch soccer matches with Lars and the fellas.
West U on Dinkins.
Marquee Entertainment Center, and I was very happy to find out they have one in West U too. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch soccer there.
Yeah. No, those people They know their soccer, those people.
Hey, and how about the timing of it with the World Cup coming in 26? I do not think that's an accident that they opened up. Very smart. Very smart.
That's why Glenn Davis was there. He was promoting soccer, and he loves his game, the beautiful game. But anyway, Nico Nikos was there. There were Yidos there. I was like, what? Demetrius, you are something special. Everywhere you go, you're getting Nico Nikos. You got breakfast tacos this morning, right, Dimitri? What is it? Mini breakfast pitas. And Lance, gator. Yeah. Lance is eating gator, right? Peaches and gator.
I'm about to have some kind of grits and salmon croquettes.
Paula Dean.
Are you going to Paula Dean's place?
You going to Paula Dean? She's going to make you some
hopefully
grits.
I'm getting a sticky bun, too.
Well, I hope they're not instant grits because no self-respecting Southerner.
So far, I haven't run into any Greek food yet here in Savannah, Georgia.
That was a My Cousin Vinny reference for those of you that don't know. Is Charles Amenahue ready, Abigail?
Yeah, it is.
Did you clean it up? So, Charles Amenahue, former Texan, is now with the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's playing well. He's a nice addition. I mean, it helps to have Chris Jones on your defensive line, right? Because he gets a lot of attention. But Charles Amenahue has turned into a nice player on one of the best defenses in the league. So Charles Amenahue was asked about playing his former team, the Houston Texans, and here's what he had to say.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna make this clear. I don't know with this organization at all, and I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be some fire, but yeah.
The word that was bleeped out was I don't F with them. I don't F that organization.
Good, because they don't F with you anymore either. Because let me tell you something. Charles Amenahue, according to people that I spoke with at that time with the team, told me that he was one of the big problems that J.J. Watt was talking about. Remember when J.J. Watt had his thing that we got to get guys out of here? Amenahue supposedly was one of those guys who was not practicing. There was a bunch of guys, a bad culture, and one of those guys that just was a pain in the ass, and they had to get rid of him. So, yeah, they don't F with you either, Charles.
Well, I don't understand that I don't F with them. That means I'm afraid I don't.
He's done whatever happened here. He didn't have a great experience. He's
I'm
not
done with them.
He's not a fan of the organization. Yeah,
it's not quite clear. Okay, I don't F with the Texans organization at all, and I cannot wait to play them, boys. I literally cannot wait. That's what he had to say. Well, Charles, you're going to get you now. I was listening to Jeremy Branham yesterday afternoon, and I don't know if I agreed with him. He was a little strong in his, but he was really, really offended by Titus Howard, and he wasn't offended by D'Amico. D'Amico's doing what D'Amico is supposed to do, but the fact that we have to praise Titus Howard from moving with his $18 million a year,
selfless.
We have to praise him from moving to right tackle to left guard, and all of this effusive praise for him for doing that, making that selfless.
What was he going to do? Say no?
No.
Well, yes, he would have.
No.
We know Texans offensive linemen have more power than we think they should. Could Titus Howard have said, actually, no, I don't want to do this? And would they be like, okay, Titus, we'll keep you at tackle?
No, they'd say, get your ass over
Would
there.
They have suspended him if he said, I'm not playing guard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if I believe that, but okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of, hey, listen. I mean, listen, D'Amico knows about the right tackle only thing, right? Right tackle only.
Well, Lance told us that wasn't about what we think it's about. Lance said someone told him that it was about an evaluation during the draft process.
Probably mine, but whatever.
Why? Did you say he'd be better at guard?
No, I probably called him a right tackle only.
Oh.
So while it appeared to be something where he was telling the world, you don't play me at guard again like you did in 2023,
it was
more, hey, I'm not just a right tackle.
Okay.
Allegedly.
No. Lance said he can't play left tackle. So he's saying, I'm just a right tackle only.
Yeah, but that's what is being said. But we thought it was about
I'm not playing guard.
I'm not playing guard anymore.
I think it fits both, guys. I think it fits both. If D'Amico has to praise him, he doesn't like playing guard. Okay, he's already said that. Like, this is something that he's publicly stated. I don't want to play guard. I want to be out of tackle. So it's both. I mean, it's actually both. But But D'Amico also, when D'Amico has to praise him, man, first of all, how about Titus Jones? Titus Howard moving down to guard. Like, got to give that guy a lot of credit, for doing what the team asked him to do. Like, you got to, golly, it just seems like you have to cajole these guys, but whatever. But D'Amico
that's today's player. Oh well,
praised him for being a good teammate and going down to play guard, which is fine. I hope it stays that way for the year. I don't love Howard at guard. I really don't. I never have. I don't think he's a good enough run blocker, but but Joe Mixon can create yards for himself with power. I'm more worried about getting the best possible interior protection I can find. And Shaq Mason's not going anywhere, and you're going to have either Patterson or Juice at center. So I don't need 3 leaky spots on the interior. So I hope that it stays Fisher right tackle and Howard at guard. I think that gives you the best chance. I know people are already like, it still sucks. It's better than it was. I think it will be better than it was.
One of the people who says it still sucks is Dan Orlovsky. Maybe we'll play it coming back. He broke down the Texans and their issues, Dolphins game specific. And let's just say he wasn't a fan of how the guards handle it, and that includes Titus Howard and Shaq Mason. The stunts are still a problem, so maybe we can play that on the other side, because he took a look at that game and said, woof, that's a bad interior.
Okay. We'll do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got to talk right now. For those of you watching, okay, I just cracked open. Listen, I got golf today. I got a Christmas party tonight. I got Coors Light. Okay, we got a ride there and back to the party, so I'm not driving, and I'm going to have Coors Light in the ride. Okay, that's already established. I might as well start my Coors Light day right here at Republic Boot Company, which I'm going to do as soon as the camera is off. So here's my deal. It's a Coors Light holiday for me. It was a Coors Light day yesterday at the Rockets game. It was a great, great fun time had by all if you're drinking Coors Light. So this is the way that we go about this thing. If you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, you're looking for the best way to enjoy your holiday season. It just doesn't get any better than Coors Light. I'm keeping Christmas chill. This is my Christmas chill. What's yours? Make it a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. This holiday season, make sure you got them when everybody comes over. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right, welcome back here at Republic Boot Company, your place to get your rodeo on this holiday season. Come on over. I mean, they'll customize everything, even stuff off the shelf they customize because they fit your boots, they fit your hat to your head. It's just perfect. So come and hang out with us here today. We're here till noon, but they're going to be here all day. There's music on Friday afternoons, an open bar. It's just a fun place. So if you're looking for a great place to get something different for her or him this holiday season, make it Cowboy. Make it Republic Boot Company. Let's go. So when we last talked, we were talking about the Texans' offensive line and this iteration with Titus Howard at left guard, Patterson at center, Shaq Mason at right guard. Apparently was not what Dan Orlovsky thought was what we would call good. Here is Dan Orlovsky talking about the interior of the Texans line against the Dolphins.
I think your point of that cut split corner blitz is a concern if I'm Houston as well, because Houston likes to get into those condensed cut splits. And as a quarterback, the corner's pressure, like, I don't know if you're blitzing or not, you know? And so that's the strength. My concern is that strength matches up with Houston's weakness. If I'm Houston, because, and it's specifically the inside, the guards of the Houston Texans are going to get absolutely abused in the games. The interior has been the issue all week, but to my point, the guards. And all Spags is going to do is run what we call these pick stunts, where a linebacker is going to wrap and pin the hip of that guard, and then that defensive tackle. Guys, 3 offensive linemen are blocking absolutely nobody. Like, this has got to drive Bobby Slowick absolutely out of his freaking mind, because it happens all the time. Sometimes it doesn't even mean a pressure is going to happen, a blitzer. They'll just do those internal stunts. If you're Kansas City and you're going to get Chris Jones doing this with a Mike Dana or George Karlaftis, that guard is looking out to his right. Dude, you should probably at some point get your eyes back inside, because here comes that loop. And again, both guards blocking absolutely nobody. One of them's on the ground. And if you're Kansas City, you're sitting there going, great. Now there's 7-man for hesitation. J-Mac, you know you're going to do this. I only got 6. I got an issue. My guard, left guard, center, and left tackle go left. That means I only have 3 to the right, guys. CJ, if you have 3 and they bring 4,
gotta go.
Ball's got to get out of your hand, bud. And that's the main concern going into this game is the interior play. The guards are going to get picked and stunted in games so much.
Yeah.
And even then, you know Spags is going to show you more, and he's going to say, you're not ready or plan for it, and we'll get home.
It's hard to disagree with anything he said. Hard to disagree. It has been ridiculous. This most simple stunts, the simplest tight end, tackle and stunts have been like bewildering for this offensive line.
It's really, John. I mean, it is a lot of that is on a line coach from a preparation standpoint, but then but there's a point where you drill and show, and at some point, the linemen have to play with a certain amount of football IQ and recognition and technique to, like, it can't. And I know people just say, well, then fire the line coach and get someone else in. Well, that's what's going to happen. But at some point, if you've got offensive linemen who can't execute, who just aren't, they just don't play, they don't process quickly, they don't have pre-snap recognition, they don't have any instincts, then the same stuff's going to happen over and over, no matter who the coach is, until you change out the pieces.
Yeah. So, and again, you know, Bobby Slowick has taken the brunt of the problems. But when guys don't perform in some of the easiest stuff, and when the offensive line doesn't block, now Bobby Slowick has to make adjustments, probably go to a quicker passing game. But, you know, hey, how about we actually execute once in a while? And when, you know, I get the line has taken its abuse, its fair share. I don't know if it's its fair share, but Bobby Slowick is catching it. CJ is catching it. You know, Tank is catching it. But it all starts up front. And if those guys can't perform against the simplest of defense, Spagnuolo is gonna. Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs have a really, really good. And where is their strength? Chris Jones. And where is he coming? Right up the middle, the Texans' weakness. So I love the Texans by 10. I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that
all
was a
that,
setup.
and
That
still
was a bait and switch.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a bait and switch.
All that doom
I'm
and
trying
gloom
to talk myself into that.
by 10. I can see them winning the game because you think the Chiefs' luck is going to run out. At some point, they can't win all these close games. One will go the other way. But a double-digit victory?
Double digit. The worst loss by the Chiefs this season. The Bills beat them by 9, I believe.
Yeah, and
the Texans are going
and
to
that took to the final possession. Remember, the Bills had to go for it to make sure they didn't give the Chiefs a chance to come down and win the game. So you're thinking 10. Do you think it's the Texans close them out with like a last 2-minute touchdown drive, or they kick a field goal to extend it to 2 scores, or you think they control it throughout?
I think throughout. They might lead by 21 at one point in this game.
And the Chiefs make it close
at the end. Yeah. Well, by 10. 10 anyway.
More respectable.
Yeah, it's going to be a more respectable win. But this is a statement game. Texans need to put a statement out there that says, we ain't scared of you. All right? We ain't scared of you, Biaz. And, the Rockets did it with Golden State, beat them after 15 straight. It feels like the Texans have lost 15 straight to the Chiefs. It just feels like it. It's not that, but it feels like it. And so this is a statement game going into the postseason. Yeah, we're coming back here. We're going to be the 4th seed. We'll win our first game, and we're coming back here, and we're going to show yous. That's what they're saying. We're going to show yous.
Do you believe what you're saying right now?
It's hard.
I know.
It's hard to believe.
I respect the push you're trying,
yeah.
the vibes you're trying to put out there for the Texans, but I don't know. I mean, when you can't even disagree with the ESPN honk about your team. Like, normally, shut up, ESPN, you guys are stupid, you don't know nothing.
Actually,
and you're like, yeah, actually, you're right.
No, that captures the entire season that we've been watching here. I mean, watching this offensive line just flounder against simple stuff, and CJ getting the yips because he's got PTSD. Honestly, because of this offensive line, and it's ridiculous. And so but Lance, you're still. If Juice Scruggs can play, you want him at center, you want Titus at left guard, and you want Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Yeah, I think that's your best. I think that's your best lineup. It's big, it's strong. To me, it gives you your best chance. I think Juice is a better run blocker than Patterson. He can move people around. So yeah, I think that's. I would rather have Fisher in the game as a tackle than Patterson. I'd rather have Fisher at right tackle than Patterson at center and Juice at left guard.
Under over,
which obviously means Titus Howard is back at right tackle in that scenario.
Under over Joe Mixon rushing yards. I'm going to put it out there, 68.
Oh, I'll go over that.
You really?
Yeah.
Against this Chiefs defensive.
I know it hasn't been great lately, but yeah, there've actually been some teams that can run the ball a little bit on Kansas City. So yeah, I'll go over 68. I think the number will actually be. I think it'll be closer to 76.5. But he's had some low unders recently.
Yeah, 23, 25. Yeah. Under over CJ passing 229.
Oh God. I just keep expecting there to be a lot more passing production. It's cold. I'm going to say under. I think it'll be right there at the number, but I'm going to say under.
Yeah. Del?
I think I have come to the conclusion that I'm done expecting 2023, CJ. That's not what he is this year, and I'm not even blaming him. It's just not what it is. So I'm not expecting him to have a big game with, I still consider, a weak offensive line, particularly on the interior, in a cold weather situation for a team who hasn't had to deal with a lot of that this year, or really since CJ's been the quarterback. Just the division they play in, their home games where they play them. I don't like it. I think we're talking low scoring, a miserable kind of afternoon. I'm not saying the Chiefs are going to run away with it, but I think it'll be another typical Chiefs game where we're talking about just make sure Patrick Mahomes doesn't have the ball last.
What do you think the median yards per game is right now in the NFL?
I know we talked about this earlier in the week about how all the numbers are down. I'm going to go 210.
217.
Okay.
Right in that neighborhood. The median is right at 217. That's nothing. So TJ throwing for 229 yards is an above-average NFL game now.
And is he currently an above-average quarterback? 2024, CJ, not what we think he can be.
No, he's not. I mean, he's what 20? What is he in quarterback rating? No, he's not. He's not an above average. He's not an above average quarterback this year, and it's in large part because of that offense. Exactly what Dan Orlovsky was talking about. When your interior offensive line cannot keep you clean, then you're gonna struggle. Your quarterback is gonna struggle. It's the worst that you can. We said it 1,000 times already. Quarterback hates pressure up the middle. Tom Brady couldn't solve pressure up the middle against the New York Giants. Tom Brady couldn't. I mean, so for CJ to have to deal with this all year, but it's what he's going to have to deal with. You know what? How about this? So for me, to get in that nickel corner is of utmost importance this offseason. But what about that? They have to address the offensive line again. I mean, honestly. With Kenyon Green, you wasted that 13th overall pick with him not being a player, and with the offensive line that you got this year, a need for the Houston Texans is offensive line when you got a first rounder at left tackle, got a first rounder at right tackle. What was Blake Fisher?
Second rounder.
Drew Scruggs, second round, right? You got a free agent in Shaq Mason. I mean, goodness gracious.
Well, let me ask you guys.
And you still have to address offensive line?
Because Sean and I talked about it yesterday, considering the move to make Blake Fisher your starting right tackle, and if this goes at least well enough where you don't have to make the switch back, are you paying Titus Howard what you're paying him to play left guard next year? Or does him, and considering what you think of him as a guard, Lance, you specifically, does a move need to be made to move him away and then go replace him at left guard?
Is he movable?
Well, Lance, is Titus Howard movable if the team who's trading for him wants to put him at right tackle?
What do you get for him?
No, he's movable from anytime you get a starting tackle, you have value in the league. So I think Titus Howard could bring you a third. He's already got. I mean, you got a plug and play starter at right tackle. That has value in the NFL. Absolutely. And now he's got a contract that's already sunken in, but there's also a chance to get out of it. I think I'd have to.
Well, but isn't that that's more admirable, isn't it? That's more desirable. I've already got him locked up. I've already got him locked up. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's true, but it also is when can you get out of it? And if you're going to get out of it early, then how much do you plan on? How much do you want to actually pay him? But I think a third. I think you can get a third for Titus Howard. He's a starter. Like you're not going to find an early starting tackle with a third round pick. The reason you only have to pay a third is because he's got a contract you got to take on. He signed a 3-year, $56 million deal, including that $18 million signing bonus, which teams are not going to be responsible for if they add him. And I'm waiting.
But 3 years, $56 million for a starting tackle in the NFL.
So this year
is not a bad deal.
Well, next year he makes 15.5. His cap hit next year is $23 million. His cap hit the year after is $25 million. I mean, that's high. That's really high for a tackle who is not a left tackle, not a premier tackle. But what you might be able to do, because you can void these. There's voidable contract years in 27 and 28. So what you might want to do is you just would convert this to cash. So a team who took Titus Howard would probably convert part of it to cash, lower his cap hit number, give him money up front, and then plan on keeping him 25, 26, and 27. And so, I think Titus Howard 100% is movable. The Texans are going to be able to do that. Their cap hit is 23. Let's see, what's their dead cap? Yeah, so they can absolutely. Their dead cap next year is 21. Their cap is 23. So it would be $2 million. It would cost you $2 million to trade him with cap hit. That's nothing, and you're basically paying $2 million to get a third round pick back. So I could see that.
I think they get more than a third. I think they get a second for him.
That would
I
be
think-
great if they could get a second. That'd be awesome. I
Yeah.
just don't know if he's that highly regarded around the league.
No, I think a team that needs tackle help. We're
There's a lot of teams that need tackle help, so that's the good thing.
yeah, and so do the Texans. So
If
are they
Blake
going?
Fisher is their tackle, that's why I asked the question: does Titus Howard at that price point fit for them at guard? Because if you're moving Blake Fisher to tackle, you're not. Why are you paying a subpar guard that type of money?
Yeah,
Titus Howard.
Unless Titus performs there, we'll
Yeah.
see if he picks it up. If he picks it up, let's go. We got the end. We got 3 games left here, and then at least 1 playoff game. So, dude's got to pick it up. We'll find out. But we're already trading Titus Howard. We haven't hit the offseason yet. We got to ask Brick what his rating is. Okay.
I don't have to. I can just pull the Madden rating and make
pull
my
up the
decision that way.
Pull up his Madden rating.
I don't have to
see.
consult the Jets act.
I do. Brick is the foremost authority.
And speaking of that, your guy, Lance, Jim Nagy, is a candidate for that Jets GM job. They're going to interview him.
How about that? We'll talk about that and more on the other side. Right now, we're a Republic Boot Company. We got to talk about Doc Linville. We got to talk about hair this holiday season. How about getting that for somebody? How about that as a gift? Tell them, okay, you go see Doc Linville and take care of that issue that you got up there. Well, your issue is that maybe you're losing that hair. And if you don't want to lose that hair, especially if you're younger, you're in your 30s, you're in your 40s, you're too young to be going bald. People, and Doc Linville is here for you. And it's not something that you, I got to be ashamed. No, you got to be ashamed of nothing. I want my hair on top of my head. That's what I want. Okay? And I'm going to look great for whomever you're trying to impress. It doesn't matter who you're trying to impress, but what you're trying to do is feel good about yourself, feel great about yourself with a full, nice head of hair that Doc Linville can give you by moving it from the side and the back to the top. And it's a simple process. It's the best process out there. It's the neo-grafting. I did the other one. Do not. It hurts and it's awful. Neo-grafting is the way to go. And if you want to give somebody the gift of hair this holiday season, that's easy. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
That young stuff, Del. That's what they'd like.
What did you just say on air?
We were just talking. Niall was working at a prison. He's here, and what were you doing? Putting fiber in, or putting fiber in at a prison. He said he was telling us stories, nice stories. And Del, your two biggest fears in life, Del?
Yeah, prison and marriage. Which marriage you can say is a prison unto itself, anyway.
Yeah.
And they go back and forth. Sometimes.
Which one is the most scary?
Currently, I'm more fearful of marriage because I don't see any way. At least currently, I'd go to prison. You never know. Life can change on a dime. But right now, marriage seems like a more likely option. So that's why I'm more scared.
But what about your gilf, Del?
Well, I'm not marrying her. Why would I marry her?
Granny?
That's just for fun.
Yeah.
Why would you marry the cow when you can get the Werther's hard candy for free?
Yeah. Right.
She does ask me to go in her pocket from time to time, but it's usually just for that. That's for that candy. Marriage much scarier than prison at the moment. Yeah,
at the moment, because you're not doing anything that can.
No, I just go home and
eat chicken
and watch. Honey.
Put chicken on
hot honey baked chicken
on your cheese
your cheese sticks, and then watch streaming television. So not a lot of prison. What did you
just open, Lance?
That better be a Coors. I'm having a Coors Light.
That's not true.
Me too.
And you're eating too. We can hear that as well.
Yeah. No. And we're gonna drink at Nick's Place on Monday, and we want y'all there. Monday, Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. It's the Christmas party. We're gonna be there all morning. I got Coors Lights for you. Hey, I got a bunch of Coors Lights that I got to give away. So
should we get a tarot card reader out there too?
A tarot card reader?
Yeah.
What made you think of this? Are there a lot of tarot card readers in Savannah, Georgia?
No. In Houston, Lenny Ambrose's wife does that.
Okay.
From St. Arnold, who I was talking about, from St. Arnold, Lenny. His wife was doing it at Elro, and I'm like, I even told Lenny, who listens to the show, and his daughter listens to the show on the way to school. So we need to get her out there, and I need to tell Johns. He goes, well, she's not like doom and gloom tarot card reader. I'm like, not interested.
Well, no.
I want him.
I
wanted him to put some stuff on you. I wanted her to.
Well, she predicts things. She doesn't curse people. She's not a witch.
She's probably going to go, wow, it is amazing what's going to happen for you. It's amazing.
We may need to have her out there to work with, to get some of the listeners, what's in their future.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I mean, I like it, especially since she's not just doom and gloom. Like, oh, my God, you're about to die. No, that's for Gilbert. That's Gilbert's job.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're closing in on 2027, by the way. So you better get all your stuff in here.
What's on the bucket list, Lance? As you get closer and closer to death, have you completed some of that list yet?
Everton. Go to an Everton match, probably at New Stadium, but I may have to get it at Goodison later this year or later in the season. I've got. I think I want to do a Wimbledon. Kentucky, a lot of sport, like Kentucky Derby, a lot of sports stuff that I just said, you know what?
Masters?
Now, see, I'm not going to mess with Masters. It's too hard.
It's not that hard. It's all it takes is money.
Yeah, well.
That's all. I mean, if you get back to work, you're screwing around when you should be watching left guards from Idaho.
I am right now. I just finished watching your right tackle from LSU. Not as good as.
What about Will Campbell?
The tackle, not that great. Will Campbell, super overrated.
No, see, that's a problem.
Super overrated. About? I talked to a team and put a 3rd-round grade on him. Good luck.
Did you look at the cornerback 14, like I told you?
No, I'm only looking at whoever's in senior ball right now. So, Emory Jones, I gave Will Campbell a 1st-round grade, but it's back into the 1st. Emory Jones is going to get drafted in the 2nd round. I put a 3rd-round grade on him, the right tackle. They have 4 guys who are going to get drafted on the offensive line. What the hell happened to LSU this year? They had 4 offensive linemen who were going to get drafted. They couldn't run the ball a lick. And Nussmeier started to get tortured this year with.
I don't know. Durham ran pretty well. When they had a good running back, they ran it okay. I thought Durham ran real well this year. He was fun to watch. He's a good player. Watch him. I don't know what year he is, but watch him going forward.
He was a true freshman.
True freshman?
Or at least a freshman.
Okay.
I don't know if he – yeah, I think he's a true freshman.
True freshman.
He's got
he's
a couple
good.
years left.
He's really good. Watch him going forward.
Out of Duncanville.
Yeah?
So
that's a Duncanville
it's
coach?
breakfast time here at the bed and breakfast. I'm in Savannah, and we've made these plans and booked this like months out, so I didn't know, or because trust me, I love Republic Boot Company, love it. So I do wish I was there. I will say this: here, my wife was already talking to people. She's eating there. I just grabbed food and brought it back. One of the guys there, he and his wife are season ticket holders for SMU, and so I was talking to him briefly, and he's like, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And to finally have this happen, he said, this is just incredible. He's also like me. He didn't expect they set this plan up in the fall, and he's like, he never ever could have envisioned SMU would be in the playoffs. Although his tickets wouldn't have mattered, but he said he would have gone to he would have gone on the road. Well, it's easy to say. Would you really have gone where it's going to be freezing cold at State College? Like, Happy Valley?
That's an experience, though. That's a cool experience.
No question. Anytime, like big time college football is a huge bucket list item. If you have a chance to go to a big time college football event, even if it's not one of your teams, I highly recommend it because the energy there is almost unmatched. I don't think pro football can match college football energy. I really don't. And I've been to Super Bowls, and yet there's something that's not only electric, it's like it feels almost borderline dangerous at huge college football games and rivalry games that I don't think you get at pro football games. I really don't.
Some stadiums you do. I was at every stadium when I was with the Texans over 5 years on the sideline. And Philadelphia, you do. You get that college. You get that angry, that really a passionate feeling about from the fan base. But nothing's like college. Nothing. I mean, I've been at Alabama, been obviously LSU, and a bunch of college football games. It's different. In Florida, I mean, it's just the passion that those people have for their football.
There's an underlying in college football, so it's different. That those of you who are pro football fans, you're a Texans fan, you can just go away from the Texans, which you probably did, many of you, and understandably, during the dark times with the Texans for about 3-4 years, but you can't do that in college football. In college football, you can't just say, all right, I'm a Chiefs fan now. It doesn't work. It doesn't work where you can just bandwagon from team to team. Once you are born into a college football team, once you go to that school, you're locked in, and you want them to do well. And so your anger is more like you can't just give up on the team. Your highs are higher, and I think your lows are a lot lower. And now that money is getting involved with NIL and ticket prices skyrocketing, and I think it's going to make it even worse for coaches who have to deal with that, and also some of the players. They're going to get paid, but there's not going to be this, well, they're college kids, don't mess with them. No, that's gone. This is pro football now.
Yeah. Well, I thought Josh Pate made a good point yesterday. Is these kids that are just transferring and going to different places and whatnot, that they don't have the college experience and they don't have the affection for the university, that if you're a 4-year player that you get, and you're always going to be there, you're always going to be their guy. You're always going to have that school in your heart because you were there for 4 years and played 4 years of football for them. And you're losing that with the transfer portal and everybody moving. And now it's just a job, and you're just the next guy next team that's buying me, as opposed to, I love that university.
Yeah, you have to be a really great player to transcend what you're talking about to in a year make a entire fan base fall in love with you. Like, for example, Cam Ward played at Incarnate Word, Washington State, and now at Miami. That's one of the guys you might be talking about. But you go nearly win a Heisman. He wasn't that close, but he became a finalist. Miami fans are going to love that guy for the rest of time just because of what he did. And coming off a year where they weren't very good. But a guy like Barry Alexander, which he's kind of the epitome of the transfer portal. He's visiting Penn State right now. He's played at Georgia and at USC. So he took a picture in maybe not. He may not be at Penn State right now, but he had a recent visit. He took a picture. All the kids take a picture in the new uniform. Hey, look at me. This is cool. Maybe I'll come play here. He was flexing. His bicep had a Georgia tattoo. He was in a Penn State uniform, and his profile pic was him in a USC uniform. That's what it is right now. Yeah,
that is what it is right now. As opposed to like a Tyler Warren. I mean, he's going to be Penn State, right? And he's going to be beloved by Penn State people forever. How well he played for that team, got him to helped him get to a playoff, and you know what? He's always going to be a Nittany Lion, and he's going to love his university. So that's going to.
You talk about the Nittany Lions. You're talking about the environment of the game. That's what James Franklin was talking about earlier this week. He said he's a little worried because the students aren't going to be there. So he is worried about the environment. It won't be like a normal Penn State game, is what he said. All that passion you guys discussed. So now the people who love the school will show up, but he's questioning, will he get that same feel because the students won't be packing out the place like they normally do. So we'll see if that's a thing. The first game tonight, Indiana and Notre Dame, it was snowing as people were getting on campus this morning. So we'll have a great environment or a bad weather game, depending on how you feel about it. But I am interested to see how much home field plays a part, or is it something that won't be that valued? You think it would be, but we have our first test of it tonight. It's a new era, and we'll get to see how playing the extra game, because you didn't get to buy, affects the entire thing. And do the home teams have a distinct advantage because they're on campus in a big game? I am interested to see how that plays out over the weekend.
That'll be interesting. We start tonight. And I've been talking about this for a while. I've been talking about Chastain Ford, and I've been talking about how great it is. 1.9% APR for 60 months on a brand new F-150 Explorer or Escape. 1.9% financing plus $1,000 holiday cash and no payments for 90 days. This is a deal that you really, really, really shouldn't pass up, because the 1.9% financing, you know how much money over 60 months you're saving because you're not paying all of that interest on that loan? It's incredible. What great savings that is, plus $1,000 holiday cash and no payments for 90 days. So you can get into that Escape, Explorer, or F-150 right now at a price that where you got to be, okay? What is it that you're looking for? It's immediately one of the first things that they're going to ask you at Chastain Ford is, where do your payments have to be? And that's different than other ones that just say, okay, let's add on as much as we possibly can. Let's get as much as we possibly can. No, they want to make it the best car buying experience that you can possibly have at Chastain Ford. That's why I'm back. That's why I bought 4 vehicles from them, because they care about me. They care about that I can afford it. They care about that it is it's a great car buying experience for me. Let it be a great car buying experience for you as well. This holiday season, it's not going to last. It's only till January 2nd. 1.9 for 60 months, $1,000 holiday cash, and no payments for 90 days. Only at Chastain Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, back here at Republic Boot Company. Want you guys to come on by if you're in the neighborhood. If not, come on by sometime before Christmas and pick him or her up something for this holiday season. If you're looking to gear up for the rodeo, this is the place to do it, people. The beautiful hats and belts and boots and everything. Garment, everything. Purses for her. Premium cowhides that you can put, just throw on the floor, and very affordable. Everything, very affordable. It's just the place to go. 1836 line, which is on the rack, but they custom fit it to your feet. It's a great store, great store. We love being here. Lance wanted to get out of town, and I said no. I want to be here. I was going to leave. I was going to be in LA, but I said I'll be here for Republic. Okay. Lance said, let me get out. No, he loves Republic Boot Company. Just kidding. Who's on the line?
Gilbert.
Oh, Gilbert's on the line. That's nice. No, Lance loves Republic Boot Company. We all do. We do. We love this place, and we want you to come on here. This is the place to get your rodeo on. This is the premier place. Gilbert is on the line. Let's see what Gilbert's got cooking. Gilbert, are the Texans going to win tomorrow?
Yeah, they're going to win tomorrow. Thanks for a cap anyway.
Oh, you got a cap?
You got your cap?
Who got you the cap?
I don't know. You two.
We did?
The guy
I
in the team today anyway.
Was it Will?
I think Joan may have got. She was asking about which cap. So one of the listeners came through. It wasn't us, Gilbert.
Was it delivered to you, Gilbert?
Yeah, delivered to me anyway. Thanks very much for the cap anyway.
How about that? What's next now?
Hey, Gilbert.
What are we looking for now, Gilbert?
No. That's going to do it. We're all done with deliveries and so we're all
for
good.
the year.
It's over. Maybe you are.
Maybe for the year. Maybe you're done. Is Gilbert done?
Yeah, we're not sure. Oh, really? That's it for Gilbert? Okay. All right, Lance. No, Gilbert.
You're going to have to stand up to the bully at some point.
Gilbert, are the Texans going to win tomorrow? Gilbert, answer my question. No. Oh, no.
I hope so.
No, you said if you got your cap and if you got your steak, the Texans would win.
Gilbert understands the power.
If they
of the
lose,
Chiefs.
we're coming to get that hat. If they lose,
tomorrow.
we're coming to get that hat.
Did you buy it, Lance? Did you give it to me?
No.
A listener did.
No, a listener did. We got to find out who did that.
Well,
we don't know. We don't know.
We'll find out who got you the cap. It could be a Joan. It could be someone else. We're not sure yet.
Will.
Yeah.
Will has been like your guardian angel. Will brought you steaks, right? Maybe Will got you that hat too.
Yeah, bought me the cap. Probably no. Let's say right here that you thanks for listening, John Land. It was fine, but somebody bought me this cap anyway.
Yeah. Well, we want to say thank you to whoever that was. That's great.
I did it.
Dell said he did it.
No, I didn't do it. You can thank me since we're trying to figure out who.
Yeah.
Well, I bought that.
Don't take credit for someone else's.
Someone needs to be thanked. He really wants to thank
When
someone.
we find out who it is,
me.
Okay, probably thinks you stole his bike.
Why would he think that?
I don't know.
Thanks for listening to John Land. So probably by Dale, probably, don't you think?
That's nice. Good. That was nice of someone. Whoever did that, we'll find out, Gilbert.
Whoever did it.
That was very nice. Very nice of that person to get you your cap. That's very nice. Now we got to get Texans winning, right? We got to get the Texans winning because you got your cap and you got steaks too. All right. So that's it, Gilbert. We took care of that.
Food,
Texans
gear. Are you good for the year 2024? No more for Gilbert, or because we're not going to be on the air after Monday until like January 2nd. So no more requests, right? Until like January 3rd, I guess. I think we're good. I think the show has done enough.
Yeah. No, we haven't done enough. It's never
For this
enough.
year. I'm not saying we're
Well,
done.
yeah, Gilbert, are you going to ask for anything else before the new year or no? That's it? You good?
Yeah, that's it anyway. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
That's great.
All right. All right.
All
All right. Well,
Tech's gonna beat the KC tomorrow anyway.
that's nice. See that? I love that,
said he
Gilbert. Nice
thinks.
job.
I don't
Nice
like-
By the
job.
way,
the
it
word
was
thinks.
Joan. I just got the direct message. It was Joan who bought the hat. She said the people there were very
Yeah.
nice. I just
Hey,
dropped the hat off.
one
So
more game.
I'm not getting that
You
picture.
know, you know what for Christmas?
I'm not
what?
getting that picture.
I want for Christmas is see Colleen Wolf on my birthday anyway.
You want that for Christmas, but for your birthday?
Well, he wants to see her on his birthday.
See him on my birthday
When's
anyway.
your birthday? February
Yeah.
20. When's your birthday, Gilbert? February 24th?
Yeah, February 24th.
Yep.
So his Christmas gift is seeing Colleen Wolf on his birthday.
Okay.
Nope, too bad. She's
No.
already FaceTimed you. That's
Is it possible, Lance?
No, it's not
Nope,
possible,
it's not
Gilbert.
possible.
That's not happening, Gilbert. That's not
It's
happening.
impossible. She's already gone out of her way twice on a phone call and a FaceTime.
Colleen Wolf,
That'll be nice,
with
Lance.
football.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
We're done. We're done.
You
with
want the
Colleen
Texans to win the Super Bowl or not, Lance?
Wolf. Nope, we're done with Colleen Wolf. They can't win the Super Bowl. They're not built for it. So I'm not gonna. Hey, Colleen, I got a third thing I need you to do for Gilbert. We're not doing that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you don't want the Texans to win the Super Bowl, okay.
I don't.
Okay.
Not that bad.
I think Tech's gonna win the Super Bowl probably.
Yeah.
Mm.
Texans probably win the
Okay.
Super Bowl anyway. With Colleen Wolf, we'll see Gilbert on his birthday, but
She's
okay.
an Eagles fan. She's not going to help the Texans win.
She's an Eagles fan.
Well, the Super Bowl is after his birthday anyway. So it would have-
February it's after 24th? No.
yeah, the Super Bowl's not that late in the year. You said February
No,
24th.
it's before his birthday.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's before.
Yeah,
so
it's before
it
his
doesn't matter anyway.
Right.
Right. So it's her,
Yeah, but if he knows it's going to happen,
Stop
then
it,
the
John.
Texans will win.
Stop it, John.
If he knows it's going to happen.
Stop feeding this.
Okay.
Where you think Gilbert
Oh.
has any stake or any way to affect outcomes.
He does.
He
Oh,
doesn't.
like you don't believe.
I
You believe
don't-
now?
I don't believe.
You believe now?
I don't believe any of this. It's a great grift that he's got going. He's got you guys so shook that you're sending listeners to him with food. You got other listeners buying stuff for him. I don't believe it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that's you.
I'm taking a stand here. We're done. We'll get some food over. That's a humanitarian thing, but we're not buying shoes and belts and hats and backpacks and bikes. I mean,
And tiny
we're not
blonde
doing
women having FaceTimes with him. What are we doing?
Yeah, this is like OnlyFans charge. You know how much OnlyFans would charge for that? A ton.
Are you saying Colleen Wilson OnlyFans model?
No, he's saying
trying
what
to
they
treat her
would
like
do.
that.
Oh.
Yeah, Gilbert, she's not your. You didn't pay $19.99 a month.
Yeah,
It's not a subscription to
This is
Colleen
not
Wolf.
a sub. You're not a sub.
All right. Gilbert, that's all. Congratulations on your hat. And thank you, Joan. Joan, that was very nice of you to send Gilbert a hat.
But you
All
better
right. That
win.
was
But the
yeah.
Texans better win.
The Texans better win on tomorrow, Gilbert. That's all we're saying. Otherwise, all your magical powers over us are. What if they do win, though? If they do win, now all of a sudden, Gilbert's back. Gilbert's back demanding stuff. Like that kid in Twilight Zone, okay? He's going to be just like that kid in Twilight Zone with the giant rabbit. That's what he's going to be like. Gilbert, we appreciate it. We got a break. We got to talk about Houston Powder Coaters right now. That's our peeps. Houston Powder Coaters, Robin. What a great – that's another way you can give somebody something really, really nice this holiday season. Powder coat their patio furniture. Hey, let's get that done now, by the way, because I don't know if you've heard the spots by Robin. Robin says, yeah, well, guess what? Everybody in the spring is doing it. Everybody wants to so that they have it for summer. Well, do it now so that you have it for spring, and do it now when they're less busy, because everybody waits till the last minute. Don't wait till the last minute. Get that stuff. Oh, well, by the way, what do you have to do? Nothing, because they're going to pick it up and they're going to deliver it absolutely free. There's no charge, and you don't have to do a thing. They'll pick it all up. That's how awesome it is. But you got some patio furniture that's Shungat. If it's all Shungat, you need Houston Powder Coaters. Get it looking good. Get it looking your team colors, whatever your team colors are. Liberty white and blue and red, battle blood, whatever it is. If you like red, if you like the rainbow of the Astros, whatever it is that you like, whatever it is, you got it at Houston Powder Coaters. If you're looking.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, we are at Republic Boot Company, and by the way, they're going to have their customer appreciation party here on Monday as well, from 2 to 7. Republic Boot Company and Frio River Vodka presenting it. Open bar, light bites, live music, shopping, exclusive tasting of the brand new Rio Agave Tequila by Frio River Vodka. It's right here at 11th Street, 1133 East 11th Street, Republic Boot Company, 11th and Studewood. Come on. Hang out here. This is a great place to come hang out, listen to music, and drink and have a good time. And it's absolutely free. They can't sell it to you because they don't have a liquor license. So they have to give it to you. That's the best way for me. That's my favorite, right? This is where I should start every Friday. Every Friday.
You want to? At what time do you want them to open?
I don't.
You mean after the show?
After
or before
the show.
You want to ride by
Come
here and get a
by,
couple free drinks?
Get some free drinks. Start my Friday.
How does that affect your tea time?
That's the problem.
If you stop here before you
right
go.
in the middle, right there.
Do you want them?
That's a problem. No, yeah, hey, you're right.
Yeah, I understand how you want to handle things on a Friday, and I think coming over here is a bit of a detour. Maybe you push back at tea time, but that seems impossible.
Yeah. So, Tennessee judge ruled yesterday in favor of Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. So Pavia was arguing that I played junior college, and that doesn't count towards my NCAA. And a judge agreed with him. So now you can go to junior college for a couple of years, and then get into the NCAA, into college football, Division 1, 2, whatever, and you can play for 5 more years, 5 to play 4. So, man, the players, they just keep on. Listen, it's a great way for Diego Pavia is a college quarterback. That's what he is. I mean, he is the ultimate. He is the epitome of what a college quarterback is. Not going to be a pro quarterback. He's just not. He's a college quarterback. Make that money, son. Make that money. And I was thinking about this. Everybody's pissed off about the way that this the pay NIL is going. How it's following exactly in the footpaths of what the coaches have done all of these years. The coaches go to a school. The money is out of control. Coach goes to a school, signs a contract, and he can leave whenever he wants. He doesn't have to abide by that contract. He can up and leave whenever he wants. It's a ridiculous amount of money that he's making off the backs of these kids, and there's no regulation. There's no way to stop it, and it's the Wild West. And schools can come after you while you're under contract, like Texas did for Nick Saban, and Nick was like, "Nah, I'm not going to go." He was under contract at Alabama. They didn't care. They went after him. They could poach coaches from wherever, even though they got an agreement with the school. So coaches bitching about what's going on with NIL, they're the ones that started all this. This is their model. It's exactly what's been happening in college football with coaches. Now the players are doing it, and everybody's pissed off.
Well, I understand coaches because the jobs become harder. So I get it. I don't respect it, but I get why everyone's out to make their job as easy as possible. I'm not exactly sure why people who don't have a vested interest in that way are upset by it. Why are people upset about the change? Because it's a change, and they just don't like it.
So I know a big ag. I'm going to call him Chris, and he calls me every time I talk to him. It's ruining college football. It's not what I grew up with. It's not the way I like it. It's not. It's not what we have known all these years. The kids come to the school. They love the school. They play for the school. They stay 4 years, 5 years, and they play for the university. And I get to enjoy them. They get their brains beat in and out, and they fill up college stadiums, and they get an education for it, and that's it. And that's what I like, right? And that's why. It's because it's not what we're used to. It's not what we grew up with. And these kids should not be paid because they never got paid before.
Well, not on the up and up. Did they get paid?
Yeah, they used to get right. Exactly. They still got paid.
To your good buddy Chris, your Aggies were paying players, just not so open and honest about
exactly.
it. And I'm not singling them out because everyone.
But we like it better that way. It's under the table. Nobody. Okay, maybe you get caught every once in a while.
Devil's advocate. What's the difference?
No difference.
Devil's advocate here. What's the difference between under the table and having more transparency?
The United States government. That's what it is. Okay,
so,
pay your fair share.
What does that bother you for?
I think it has something to do with the fact that you like to call out your rival for being cheaters. You're paying guys, not acknowledging what you were doing, but hey. If your rival gets caught for cheating, you just paid to get that done. You guys didn't do it the right way.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm not sure.
It's been going on for years.
What's the problem?
What are you talking
here's the difference. Because it's transparent, it's turned into a marketplace, and because there were no guardrails,
it was always a marketplace.
Because they are, but not. But the big catalyst has been the free agency model of portal whenever you want. Wherever
you mean like coaches?
You want. That's
you mean like
created,
coaches?
That's created. But there was at least
they hated coaches for doing that.
There's at least a guardrail of buyout in there. You need to have a buyout model.
But buyout never mattered to any. Buyout has never stopped a coach. Buyout has never stopped a coach from leaving and going to a bigger job.
But somebody like me who tries to remain consistent, I believe that coaches shouldn't be able to buy out. I believe
but they do.
is a contract
But they do.
You shouldn't be able to get out of it.
No, that's great, but they do. That's great.
I
But
know.
you wanted,
and
wish
right.
in one hand and poop in the other. See which
They're
one
the
fills
ones,
up first.
They're the ones who have been. They're the ones. You're right. Who created this model?
They created it,
and
they're the ones that bitch the most about it.
And
they're the ones that,
coaches, agents who float things out there like, well, this guy may be going, Jimbo may be going, and Aggie scurrying. How much more money can we give Jimbo? Quick, we don't want to lose him. F Jimbo. Who cares, Aggies? You're a good organization with lots of money, great resources, and a great recruiting base. Why in the world did you give Jimbo another contract? Honestly, are you that insecure? That's on Texas A&M to not say, beat it, Jimbo. If you don't
mean
want
like they did with Summy before that? Before they did like they did with Summy before that?
Yeah,
right?
like they did. I know this is a chronic issue with Texas A&M feeling insecure about their coaches. Tell these coaches to get lost. Do you know how many coaches would love to coach at A&M? A&M is one of the top 10 jobs in college football, easily. Everybody in coaching will tell you that. Resources galore, recruiting base galore, great donors, passionate fan base. There's so much to like about A&M. You can't keep letting and this is specific to A&M. Most schools, when somebody wants your coach, they're going to lose him, right? Indiana's doing everything they can to keep their coach. That's fine, but now they're on the hook for guaranteed money forever. And the coach can still leave whenever he wants to. Change the model. And it's not collectively bargained. So the only way you change the model is negotiating that. And these agents won't let you do it. These agents won't limit the ability of their coaches to leave whenever they want. So you know what? I don't know. College football is going to have to limit at some point. They're going to have to limit a little bit of this movement whenever you want. Whenever you want, wherever you want, as many times as you want. They're going to have to put some guardrails in. But there is no overseeing body to do that right now. So I don't know how that's going to happen, other than collectively bargained, unionized, and the players get salaries and they become true employees, which most of them want. The smart ones understand that's not in our best interest.
Yeah. Well, Art makes a good point. Whitey doesn't have control anymore. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, I think for some, I think it's a control issue. I don't know about Whitey. I think it's a control issue, yes.
John, is your friend Chris a whitey?
He's whitey.
All right.
Yeah, he's white. He's a whitey.
He's also not in control.
No, he's not in control anymore. He wants it the way he had it before. We all want it the way we had it. When these kids, they just play for us, okay? They can't. They don't get any money. I know everybody's wearing that number 2 jersey in that stadium, but Johnny Manziel, he signed some autographs. You got to sit for a half against Rice because you signed autographs and got money for it.
What a punishment the NCAA delivered. You get to sit for a half against Rice for breaking our rules.
That's exactly what happened. And for all those 2 jerseys, Johnny got nothing, okay?
Kevin Sumlin benefited greatly
from
Johnny's 2 jerseys.
Well, it's the whole university did.
Yeah,
they built a stadium.
Yeah, changed the trajectory of that program as far as what they were spending and what they were willing. Yeah, Johnny. In modern Aggie history, it's Johnny and then who? Who else would you throw in there?
John David Crow.
Is that modern?
That's wow. In modern history, honestly, it's Johnny and
Kevin Murray, but you got to go Kyle Murray's dad, but you got to go way back in the 80s to get
it's
that.
Johnny and then the 98 team as a whole, the one that beat K-State.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, but as far as individuals, I guess Aggies would know better than me, but I can't think of one in modern history that
I just want there to
ranks
be
anywhere near him.
Look, I just want there to be structure. Like, there needs to be consistent structure for coaches, for players. Now, look, the players.
Will the coaches take consistent? Will they take a? You know what? They're going to have like a salary cap for the
coaches are already
NIL.
You know this.
No, they're losing it because they lost the grip
right
on this, and that's why they're bitching too. Listen, are you going to put a salary cap on coaches too? Because if you're going to put a salary cap on the kids, put a salary cap on the coaches as well.
I think that
go ahead.
Well,
and the coaches are going to go, nah.
Here's where you would lose. The players can only stay for a finite amount of time. The coaches, this is their profession for the rest of their lives. If the players want to make this their profession for the rest of their lives, then that's fine. We should have a professional college league where you don't go to classes and it's just called semi-pro football.
That's what it is,
you can make the argument. But coaches, like that argument, I like it too that you're making, but it really breaks down under scrutiny because these are guys who've been in this business for 30 years. This is their form of long-term. This is their long-term career. With players, they're transient. They don't have the same. They're in and out at a certain amount of time. Granted, you can stay 7 and 8 years now, which is unheard of. But which Steve
you
Sarkisian
can make generational wealth off of your college football career now. We got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776, live from Republic Boot Company. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back, Republic Boot Company. Your place this holiday season. If you want to get your rodeo on, this is the place to go. Come on. 11th and Studewood. Great place. Great place. Come on by today. They got music this afternoon, and they got the big party on Monday as well, an appreciation party with Frio River Vodka hosting. So that's fun, too, from 2 to 7. So hang out. If you this holiday, it's already here. Holidays are here. Monday's almost here. Monday's almost here, and we got the Christmas party coming up, and we want y'all at Nick's place too. So get to Nick's place And if you can get over here to Republic Boot Company as well, this will be a big day for you. Big day. Big night for our Rockets as they win 133-113. Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks were just fantastic. Just fantastic. I kind of liked, I don't know that you can win a title because of Jalen Green's inconsistencies. Yeah, he's just so up and down, up and down, and up and down. But when he's good, holy crap, he's got a first step that nobody in the league can stay with. Yep, his explosiveness, man, oh man, oh man. And Amen played 24 minutes, 1 for 3, but he had 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, 4 points. I feel like Amen is the best player on this team right now, and you really didn't even need him. Not when they're playing like what Dylan Brooks was unconscious last night. Everything he threw up. 10 for 16. Alpy was 10 for 14. 13. Jalen 13 for 22. Jabari 6 for 11. All these guys over 500 shooting percentage. The Rockets shot 57%. It's the Pelicans, but they were, no Zion, no Brandon Ingram. I mean, it's just not good. That's just a bad basketball team. But man, did they look good last night. That was fun. That was a fun game to go to. And, it was, I would say about 85% full, which was nice. It was a good atmosphere, great atmosphere, a lot of fun. They always do a nice presentation. There wasn't much love for Las Vegas in the way they presented the NBA Cup. I don't know if it's because, I don't know. Obviously, they know how to put on NBA games because it was the league that put it on, right? But apparently it didn't have the same atmosphere as a normal NBA game.
Well, Five Star is going to join us coming up.
He was there, I think.
Shortly. So he's in Vegas, and he went to some of the games.
Yeah. And he's been to games here, so he can give us the difference. But by the way, especially for that Bucks game, when you looked at the empty seats in that stadium, it was telling. Yeah, but it's hard because fan bases? It's hard for an NBA fan base to travel, right?
Yeah, and it's short notice too. So the plane. Have you ever tried to book a plane ticket on 1 week
to
notice?
Vegas?
Forget about it.
Yeah, to Vegas, forget about
anywhere.
And it's 2 of the smaller market teams in the league, Oklahoma City and Milwaukee, trying to get, I think the league probably had a lot more. While, I don't agree with Charles Barkley that the Rockets are terrible and they don't know how to play basketball. It sure would have been better for the league if the bigger cities, if LA, New York, if, those cities advanced, Chicago, if they advance as opposed to Milwaukee and Oklahoma City. Much better for the league, right? Because they ain't getting people to Las Vegas on a moment's notice.
No, they're not. And it's impossible to expect that. So I don't know what the answer is. I'm not really concerned about their attendance. It seems like I know the players like winning $500,000 a person. I know that's a big consideration for a lot of them, but the Bucks seemed really genuinely excited about winning that title. And it was something that I'm not lying. I was excited for the Rockets to be in that situation. You know that, there's not a great deal of history there, but you're still playing for something. Like, you're playing for something that other people want. So there was added intensity. There was something added to that game against Oklahoma City on a neutral court that I enjoyed, or I was excited about watching. The game was kind of brutal to watch. It wasn't very well played. But I was still very excited about that game having an elevated tilt to it. The Rockets right now, John, you were there in that stadium. There is a belief by Rocket fans in this process and in this organization. There's no reason not to believe in Rafael Stone. There's no reason not to believe in Ime Udoka. And your favorite players are showing growth. This is a team that is on the come up. What we are going to be faced with, at least you seem to think it's inevitable, John, and I know you know people. So I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit concerned about the idea of busting up this youth movement and this steady process of growth to try and sit down and create a championship caliber team earlier than the original process would dictate, because that's where you run into potentially trading away core pieces and altering the dynamics of your team chemistry. That's a little concerning to me, and not concerning in the fact, just concerning in the fact that there is risk involved with it. There's reward, but there's also risk.
But you also look at it and you say they got to do something. This is as constructed. It's not a championship team. As long as they make steps toward championship.
It doesn't have to be this year, though, John.
It doesn't have to be this year. No, it doesn't have to be this year.
And does Fred VanVleet come back next year? If not, there's $40 million opening up. Now, it's not really, because you got to start paying Jalen Green. So really, that's not opening up right away. But you've got some Steven Adams. Like, you've got some guys Jeff Green, whose contracts are going to go away. You've got tradable pieces. You can carve. Like, you weren't even excited about getting Giannis, and Giannis is a monster.
Yeah. No, that is true.
And Giannis is literally one of the top 3 players in the league.
I'm really getting to like this team. I just the inconsistency is something that's Jalen has just got to be better. We got a break because we got 5-star coming on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, 5-star going to give you some winners. I've already seen his picks. Nice pick you're going to like. We're next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live at Republic Boot Company. Coach Reese just stopped by, Lance. He walked in and he's a cop. And Dell was scared. Dell's biggest fear.
I was not scared.
He was.
I saw
Coach Reese came for him right away.
Didn't. I saw him pull up in his vehicle as I was walking to my car, and of course, I always do a double take when I see a police vehicle. I didn't know it was Coach Reese. I was like, oh, and I just walked calmly to your car, and then I came back, and Coach Reese was waiting.
Man.
But is there anyone who doesn't do a double take when you see a police officer or a car on the street or you pass them? Is there anyone who doesn't look into the rearview mirror? I know I do 100% of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he going to turn his lights on for me? Please, 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 please.
Is he going to ruin my day?
Yes.
Yes, that's the thought that flashes.
Well, what if they're a nice guy like Coach Reese?
Oh, Coach Reese is great. I'm just saying, but if you're getting pulled over, it's not a great part of your day. That's all.
No.
Even if you're in the wrong, it's not going to go well. It's not great.
I should have gotten his number. Hey, if I get pulled over, Coach Reese? Okay.
I don't know how much.
Trying to get all the advantages, white privilege.
Right. No. I got to get out of this. I'm trying to get out of this.
I need to find some way I can get out. You're always looking for ways out of a problem before the problem even happens.
Well, you got to be prepared. I'm a Boy Scout. You got to be prepared.
We're also an animal.
Well, we got 5-Star on the line right now. I'm prepared to win some money this weekend thanks to 5-Star. What up, 5-Star?
Good morning, guys. I lost a lot of years looking in the rear view in Houston when I was a younger kid. I feel Dale's pain.
Hey, we were just talking about the NBA Cup. Did you go to a game?
Yeah, I did. Your boy hooked me up, man. He looked out for me and my son, man. And he wouldn't even accept the money when I tried to send it. So some good fellas over there at ESPN 97.5, man, and in Houston in general.
So that's great. What did you think of the atmosphere? What was it like?
It was cool, man. There was a lot more OKC people in town, and it's crazy to me because no other city in America is here frequently more than people from Houston. Usually it's Houston people. Everywhere I see is Astros caps, and, I know they're from Houston, or a Texans cap. Not too much Rockets gear, so maybe that's what's going on. I don't think the city has caught back on with this love of the Rockets yet like it was before, but I think it's surely coming soon.
Yeah. All right. Well, but it didn't. Somebody that was there said it was just kind of flat. It wasn't like a regular NBA game. It just wasn't.
Really flat, man. Yeah, really flat. Good defense for sure by the Rockets in the first half and OKC. What happened? And the Rockets just can't score the ball. You guys know what I think about that. I feel like it should have been Harden instead of Van Fleet. We wouldn't have any of these issues. But hey, what do I know? But they're having problems scoring, and that's why we ended up losing that game, man.
Well, thank you. We could have somebody else other than Harden. That's what we didn't need no Harden here. Okay, thank you though, 5-Star.
Devin Booker. Let's go, Devin Booker.
That's my guy. Now we're talking. A little Devin Booker would be totally sweet.
Yeah, Fox too, John. Fox.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. I'll take that too. And that's a local guy too. We got 5-Star. Okay, so let's get to it. What do you think about the game tonight?
Man, tonight I'm going to be rolling with Indiana +7. You guys know I'm a big Kurt Signetti guy. I feel like he did a really great job at James Madison. This is a game with two really solid defenses here, man. A lot of people think that because Marcus Freeman's brand is defense and we see all the highlights of Notre Dame that they have the best defense in this game. But if you look at the numbers, Indiana does, man. Indiana is top 5 in every major category when it comes to defense, man. They're top 2 when it comes to yards allowed, top 3 yards per play, number 1 against the run, which is very important for us because Notre Dame is a run-first team. You cannot trust Riley Leonard to drop back play after play and beat you. This game is going to come down to the trenches, and I think that Indiana can definitely hang with Notre Dame in the trenches. No, if you look at it, Indiana had only one bad game this year, man, and that was Ohio State. And what happened, we had the first half on Indiana, and it should have cashed, man. It was 7-7, tight game, and the stupid punter with 30 seconds left before the half muffed the punt And that's how Ohio State got ahead. And after that, they beat us on the first half with just an easy touchdown because they get the ball at like the 10 before the half, and then it kind of snowballed. But besides that, Indiana's been solid all year. You guys know I've been talking about Nathan Rourke for a couple of years, man. When he was at Ohio, we were betting on him, and I think this is his time to shine. 6 years he's played in college football, and, this is his turn to do something big on the big stage. Give me Indiana +7, man. They're underrated in this game, and they have a chance of pulling off a money line. Two really good teams.
Wow. All right, you got Indiana. Now let's go a little pro here. What do we like in the pros this weekend?
Well, first we're going to go with the Eagles, man. Eagles have been an automatic bet, but we're not going to get into the points and stuff like that just because, man, it's going to be a lot of public money on them. So let's just pay the insurance. It's -170. That's still a good price. Anything under -200 for something that I think is a pretty much a -500 bet. The Eagles already clinched the playoff berth. They're going for their 11th straight win. Now they can end up winning the whole NFC, is the best record and have home field advantage through the playoffs and knock Detroit out that position if they keep winning, man. Washington is 25th ranked in rushing yards allowed, 28th ranked in yards allowed per carry, allowing 4.8 yards per attempt, man. And that's just bad news for an Eagles team with Saquon Barkley, a team that leads the league in total rush yards, averages 5.1 yards per rushing attempt. I don't see how Washington gets them off the field. I love Jaden Daniels. I'm going to cash a ticket on him at +500 at Offensive Rookie of the Year, it looks like. But still, with that said, he's still a rookie, man. Philly's defense has been the difference. That's what has made them, right now, to me, the number one team in the league. Big Fangio just needed a little bit of time to see what he had, and now he has those guys playing incredible. Big Fangio has done this a long time, been successful everywhere he's been as a DC. Philly is first in yards allowed. They limit opponents to the least yards per play in the NFL and also allow the least passing yards per game. So they'll stop you from throwing the ball and running the ball. I like the Eagles in this one. I think they continue rolling. Give me the Eagles money line.
All right, Eagles -170. And you got Indiana tonight plus the 7. Now, what's their last game?
We're going back to the Texans. They paid us last week when we played them against Miami. We're in a good spot as Texans fans and Texans backers because the books think a lot of the Texans, but the public doesn't. They're one of those teams that's overlooked just because of the brand. Like, everyone looks at Houston and they don't take them serious. These two teams both are locked in as division champs. Kansas City, though, they've scored under 22 points in 5 straight games. So if we can get to 21, which I think is very doable, and I think to win this game, Texas D has held opponents under 21 points 3 of the last 4. They're finally getting healthy. D'Amico Ryan almost has his full arsenal except for the suspension that we're dealing with our linebacker. I just think they're turning a corner. Sorry about that. I think that they're turning a corner when it comes to just coming together as a team. We're seeing Derek Stingley on the back end, Caleb Bullock. Those two guys are really good. Lassiter is good. A lot of people don't know that the Texas defensive backs lead the league in lowest QBR to quarterback and also limit wide receivers more than anyone in the league. They're best against the pass and coverage, man. We got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, who both have double-digit sacks. Texas are 7th in the league in quarterback hits. They're 2nd in sacks. I think that they're going to give Mahomes some problems. Mahomes can't move because of the ankle. Also, before last week, he had been sacked at least 3 times, 3 straight weeks. They cleaned it up a little bit against Cleveland, but that's Cleveland. The Texans are going to come to play. I think D'Amico is going to have a solid game plan in place just because of the defense and just because of what we're seeing from the books. The books are telling you that the Texans and the Chiefs are the same team. We know that Arrowhead is probably the number 1 advantage in all of football for home. And look, they're only giving up 3 points. So I'm going to take that hook. Give me 3.5 from the Texans. I think by the time that game starts, it'll be a lot more Kansas City money flowing in because Kansas City had a rare cover last week.
What about a money line, Texans?
I like it. I do like it, John. It can happen. It definitely can happen. I lean, I'm a first half guy on those money lines. I think they definitely can win the first half. Late, we might get some, Mahomes magic and a kick from Butker or something that knock us out of it by 1 or 2 points. But I can tell you one thing, Texas should be in this game the whole game, but they have to start early. That's the key. They have to start early. They cannot get behind early.
That's it. Yeah, I like it. Let's go. Texans are the pick this week, along with the Eagles and Indiana tonight. That's 5-Star in Vegas every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just giving us winners at 5-Star in Vegas. He's a must-follow at 5-Star in Vegas. Hey, we appreciate you, man, as always. Have a great Christmas, all right? You and the family
Yes,
have a big time.
You as well, man. Happy holidays to both you guys, family, and to everyone over there. I appreciate it.
5-Star. I just got a text from another radio host at a different station who said, God, I feel like I've thrown dice with this guy before. You might have. If you've been in Vegas, you might have thrown dice with 5-Star.
Yeah, he probably won. That was probably before COVID. Before COVID, I shot a lot of dice, man. They changed the dice up after COVID, man. They need to make some money back. All right, guys. I have a Merry Christmas.
All right, 5-Star. Merry Christmas.
All right, brother. It's 5-Star in Vegas right here every week, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final segment of the week before we hit News of the Weird, so don't you go anywhere. I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com, my favorite place to sell. I sold John Clay Wolf a vehicle. He regretted it, okay? I got over on him. I'm going to admit it. He found out that Frankie's car that I sold him was the most dinged-up car that he'd ever bought, the most nicks ever. I think the highest before Frankie was like 20 nicks. She had 68. And so she just definitely, she lapped the field twice as far as dings go on a car. But John Clay Wolf still gave me top dollar for it, and he's going to give you top dollar for yours as well. If you're looking for the best place to get your car, get rid of your car, I mean, I'm telling you, there's one place that you have to go. GimmeTheVin.com. He sets the market. He sets the market. You go to the dealership and he says, well, the dealership's going to give a lot more. John Clay Wolf's like, well, that's cool. That's great. I'll send you $100. CarMax is going to give me a lot more. Well, go ahead. Or John Clay Wolf will say, well, guess what? I'll match that. Not only will I match it, I'll beat it. If he can't beat it, he's guaranteeing you, if he can't beat that CarMax offer, he's going to send you $100. So you're looking for the best way to sell a car. There's one place to go. You got to go. GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company at East 11th Street in the Heights. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here to Republic Boot Company. Let's go. Get here. All right. People, just come and get a breakfast taco from Nico's. Delicious, huh? What'd you have?
I had the gyro taco, breakfast taco, gyro meat and egg. It was really, really good.
Yeah.
We have hot sauce. I don't know how long the hot sauce is going to last with this hot sauce. If you want to put it in there too, they did a great job. And we got like 4 different ones: bacon and egg, potato, all out here for you.
That's awesome. Nico's is just awesome. Thank you, Demetrius. We appreciate you. Thank you for sending us. He sent it to Glenn Davis's show the other night at the Hugh O'Connor's, and now he sent it over here. I mean, that's just a great relationship. Well, Nico sends food, and Lance isn't here. It's a win-win. It's a win-win situation there for everybody. So I ran across this. Vince Young. There was a story this morning on the interwebs in which Vince Young was talking about with Johnny Manziel on Johnny Manziel's podcast. It's called
Glory Days.
Glory Days, D-A-Z-E. Glory Days with Johnny Manziel. And Vince Young was on there. Now, the 2 most iconic quarterbacks of their school.
I don't know how Texas people feel about Major, but as far as
Vince is.
I mean, Major is a cult legend. He's a legend there, but I know what Vince has done. I understand championship and all those things. I don't think there's anyone. We talked about Johnny's stature. Some people mention Mike Evans and Von Miller as Aggies who could rank there with them, but it's Johnny and who for Aggie quarterbacks? Who?
No, it's Johnny and Vince are their school's biggest name, biggest, most successful players that they've had in quite some time.
Quinn.
Oh, get out of here, Quinn.
Arch.
Chris.
Well, hopefully Arch will do that next year. Hopefully. But here is Vince. The Texans didn't take him. And here's what he found out about the Texans not drafting him first.
You know, you get a chance to go back a little bit. You know, you're obviously thinking then, you know, it's your time to make that next leap and make that jump and go to the NFL, or, you know, is there a chance you're thinking about maybe?
Well, I mean, the Texans had the number 1 pick, so
you're trying to go home.
I want to play at home. So I sat and I had a prayer with my pastor. He was there at the game, and then Steve was there. I'm like, Steve, what you think, big guy? He said, man, you better get up out of here, man. I said, dang. I said, all right. And then, you know, I thought I had a possibility of, playing for my hometown team. And, you know, down the line now, I found out that they didn't want me because they ain't like my agent. I'm like, what? You could have told me that. I would have fired his ass and hired the agent you like.
Whoever you wanted.
Exactly.
So he thought he was coming here, and it was because they didn't like his. I don't know that's maybe they didn't like his agent, but I don't know that they were going to draft him.
I didn't hear the bus cook was the issue.
What was it? Was it bus, or did he go to bus after that?
No, he was with bus cook. I think. No. It's Major. That's right. No.
Yeah, he went with Adams.
So the story
Major
was
Adams.
They went with Major Adams. So the story was.
Yeah.
The story was Bus thought he had him because Bus was, Bus had done some work on Vince. Let's just say that he had done some work behind the scenes with Vince's family, and Vince's family thought he was going to Bus, and then Vince went with Major Adams, who was a first-time agent, and that that didn't sit well with Bus or Vince's family, but Vince made his own choice and he stayed with Major Adams. And my friend actually negotiated the first contract for Vince because there was a big concern that Major didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't, but Rodney did, and Rodney studied the contracts because this is before they had. Remember, John, this is before they had the slotted contract. And so Rodney studied all these contracts and ended up doing a good contract with Vince. But I have a hard time believing, what I was told is I just don't think there was a buy-in from the top. They're just from ownership to Gary Kubiak who was coming in. I just don't think there was a buy-in that Vince was the right guy, and I think it was that simple.
Yeah,
I don't think it had anything to do with Major Adams. Honestly, I don't. And
I think that was just the icing on the cake. We don't like Major.
Something to point.
He don't know what he's doing. Right. This could be a problem. Could be a problem signing him. Let's not even deal with this. Let's just not even do it.
Yeah, because that was something you had to worry about a little bit back then before the contracts were slotted. Is you had to worry about the signability. Like, how long was it going to take to get a guy in camp, get him signed in camp?
Right. Yeah. No. It's still yeah. I mean, it's slotted, but yeah.
No, it wasn't slotted back then. It wasn't slotted.
Oh, it wasn't slotted.
Remember, Matt Stafford. I think it was either Matt Stafford or Sam Brad. I think Sam Bradford was.
Sam Bradford was the last.
The last.
He was a $40 million deal. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and what was the other thing that Vince had to say that we were looking at?
I don't know. I know he went on to talk more about wanting to play in Houston. Then they got into how Bud Adams was obviously the Oilers owner, and he watched Vince growing up, and so that's what attracted them to the possibility of taking him. But there was one more Texans related thing. I don't know. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Vince reminiscing. Well, it worked out, I guess, for the best. It worked out best for everybody. Maybe not Vince, because Major Adams, he ended up suing Major Adams for taking a couple $1 million, misappropriating a couple $1 million. So that maybe wasn't his best choice.
No, but Vince could spend back in the day. Don't worry.
Oh,
his rookie contract spent really well. Everyone got next level chains, and Vince put some work in on the spending fund.
Yep. I know Wildcat Vince used to come. The guys at the park his car. He'd just come out and start throwing hundies, and they loved when Vince came and played. So I don't know that he's doing that. I'm not sure he's doing that anymore. I don't know that he has that anymore. But Vince was he and Lima were both pretty. They were fun with that money. They had themselves a good time, and so did everybody around them, which was nice. You give any service at all, Lima was throwing you 100. And that was.
How come you don't treat your friends like that, John?
Because I don't have hundies to throw around.
I don't know. You live in that LA lifestyle. You can't throw away a couple.
That's why I don't have hundies to throw around. Okay, That's why. I don't.
When you were living a Houston lifestyle, you're throwing.
Didn't have it then either. Didn't have it then either.
I wish you were more like Vince Young.
And my wife, she has the throttle on that spending. Okay, if we both spend, we'd be on a corner, Del.
On a corner,
yeah. We'd be living on a corner.
Maybe make some money on that corner, John.
Yeah, you never know.
You probably trying to put John on the track now?
Yeah.
Hey. Yes, I need a.
You better go get Del his money, John.
I need a second form of income, John. Get on out there and make me my money.
MLB on Facts says this. They got a report. The Astros are uncomfortable offering Alex Bregman more than a 6-year contract due to his rating on MLB The Show.
per Jeff
Passan. Per Jeff Passan.
That's in reference to the Jets, who, by the way, are looking to hire a GM. They feel like they're going the popular in media circles route, because they apparently have Louis Riddick on the list, and now Jim Nagy, the head of the Senior Bowl. That's another guy they want to interview.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah should get an interview. I'm expecting Orlovsky and Ryan Clark to get interviews.
They're using the 33rd team, which is headed
Kendrick
by
Perkins.
Mike Tannenbaum, who is a ESPN personality himself and former Jet executive. They're using them to start the search.
Hey, it's working for our president to hire TV personalities. All right, in big positions.
Like Mike.
Why
Mayock?
are we not doing it in the NFL?
Like Mike Mayock?
Well, there's an example of it not working.
Did you like the Mike Mayock era?
Yeah,
you did.
You putting that on Mike Mayock?
Fans, they loved Cleveland Farrell. They loved that entire busted draft class. Oh man, they loved Mike Mayock.
Well, you're making a case for no one to hire you. Okay, so
no one should hire me as a general manager. Jim Nagy got the Senior Bowl because he wasn't in football anymore. Louis Riddick, people weren't hiring Louis Riddick. I mean, there's a reason they went to TV, kids. And that's not to say they can't do the job potentially, but they weren't coveted in NFL circles. But you see them on TV a lot, and everyone's the smartest person. I'm a smart guy too when I don't have to be held accountable for misses. everyone's accountable or is good when you're not accountable for misses.
Yeah.
It's the easiest job in the world to not have a job. Trust me.
All right, this is our last segment. We need our picks. And Lance, who do you got? The Texans or the Chiefs? And what's your score?
I'm going to go Chiefs 17 to 16.
17-16. Texans cover. Dell?
I'll go Chiefs 21, Texans 13.
21-13. You don't have them covering. Abigail, who you got? Texans or Chiefs?
I say Texans 13-12.
13-12.
4 field goals for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's it.
And
they're going to miss one, and Butker misses one.
Or they miss an extra point and they kick
for two.
Kick a couple field goals.
Mm-hmm.
Or they go for 2 and don't get
I'm
that.
just trying to see what's the most realistic way they get to 12. They miss
4 field goals.
Not missing an extra point and kicking 2 field goals? 6, 9, 12?
But that's doable.
Yeah.
That's doable as well. I got Texans 20-9.
20-9.
20-9.
Double-digit victory for the Texans.
That's it. Double-digit victory. Biggest victory of the biggest loss of the year for the Chiefs.
My wife heard you say that and just said, "Wow, he's not serious, Nick. Don't worry."
Don't worry about it.
Yes, I am serious.
Don't trust anything.
Don't worry
he
about
says.
it. He's not a serious person.
No,
I am a serious. Why? I can't believe that the Texans going to win the game.
Because if he backs the Texans, he's everyone's favorite. I told you so. And if he does it, it's John. So who cares what he says? That's what he.
No, I'm telling you guys, they're going to win by double digits.
He operates in a place where he's drunk on Coors Light. It doesn't matter what he says. And if he gets it right, yeah, look at John. Yeah, John wins again. We can't trust anything he says.
And if he gets it wrong, like you don't know that they couldn't have won that.
You don't know that they're not going to win by double digits. You don't know. Okay,
right.
I do.
We don't. No, you don't know either.
I know.
We don't know until it happens.
Okay, wait till it happens.
Okay,
and then we'll see. Then you'll shut up. Okay,
or you won't mention it. On Monday. Either one will work.
Well, right.
Or you'll be too.
Oh, come in. Oh, maybe I know things.
Or you'll be too Christmas party pilled to even talk about it. We'll see. It'll be all about the Christmas party on Monday.
And the Texans winning by double digits.
We'll see.
And I told you so.
Hopefully you're right.
All right. Name the 4 teams that are going to win in the playoffs this weekend. I got all chalk.
Name the 4 teams that are winning this weekend. Wait.
Ohio State, Texas, Penn State.
Chalk. Tennessee beats Ohio State.
All right. Del?
I will follow Lance's path. I'll go
Tennessee.
I'll go the one team who wins because mostly I just want to see the anxiety rid all over Ryan Day's face throughout the game. That's my one thing for this weekend, just to watch Ryan Day turn into Urban Meyer before our eyes.
Ryan Day standing right next to when Tennessee plants its flag in midfield.
And then they get caught with a felony, sure. But remember Urban Meyer, in the last stretches of his Ohio State tenure, he could barely breathe. He was bent over. I need that from Ryan Day on Saturday. That's what I'm hoping for.
Abigail, you got all the favorites winning?
I honestly am not completely. I don't really watch college football as much. I watch NFL.
See, terrible person.
Hey,
she's a terrible person because she doesn't watch college
football. The evidence
football.
is there, John. She doesn't watch college football. Terrible person.
Oh my goodness, Abigail, you're a very nice person. Don't listen to him.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
She's
very
terrible,
nice
terrible
person.
and bossy. From what I found out as she's being the producer today, bossy and terrible.
From what?
The texts say it all.
You've been bossing him around. Keep it up, Abigail.
She texted me before 6. I'm like, you were very chatty before
because
6.
I needed to make sure that I was correct.
Well, we didn't see Madison out here, your friend.
Yeah, sorry. We haven't seen her yet.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll
we haven't
pop
seen.
out.
So, Del, as soon as Del sees her, he's going to say, hey, Madison, Abigail says hi.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah.
You have her phone number. You can talk to her, but I got to be the one who says hi for you.
That's right.
That doesn't make any sense.
We got a break. We got News of the Weird coming next. Don't go anywhere. Want to thank Nico Nikos. I just heard that spot that I did. And they brought us some breakfast tacos this morning. Thank you, Nico Nikos. Excellent. With the Yiddo meat in there. What? Bacon, potatoes. What? It's awesome. Awesome. Oh, their food is fantastic. Stop by on Nico Nikos today. Republic Boot Company, thank you. This is awfully nice to have us here. Frio River Vodka, thank you. All of it, everything. Just fantastic. We love Republic Boot Company and want you to come here, get your holiday on here at Republic Boot Company. They've got this event today, and they've got a band this afternoon along with just up here playing. So come on and have some drinks, absolutely free. And then Monday they have a customer appreciation party from 2 to 7, and brought to you by Frio River Vodka. And you can try their new agave tequila as well. So we got that all going on here at Republic Boot Company. But most of all, get somebody special something from Republic Boot Company to let them know how much you love them and their rodeo time. All right, news of the weird. Governor Abbott, have you seen what he's done yesterday, what he unveiled? He's going to have billboards in Mexico and Central America. He is going to, and here's what they're going to say. How much did you pay to have your daughter raped? Also, many girls who try to migrate to Texas are kidnapped. Your wife and daughter will pay for their trip with their bodies. These are the billboards that he's, and another one. We want no more rape trees in Texas.
Is he saying Texans will rape them or other migrants?
Whenever they get over here, they get kidnapped or whatever
by other people who he doesn't want here.
They give potential illegal immigrants thinking of leaving their home country and those already on the way a realistic picture of what will happen on their journey, or if they illegally cross into Texas. I don't know who he's accusing of the rape.
He's not specifically aiming it at anyone. He's just saying
just happens.
It'll happen to you if you try.
So he's threatening.
Well, I don't know if he's
saying
to
it's
rape
a likely.
anybody.
He's saying it's a likelihood to happen if you cross.
Yes.
Oh,
it's likely to happen to that they will be raped.
So it's like if you cross a busy intersection, if you cross against a busy intersection, you could get hit by a car. I'm not saying it is going to happen, but you're putting yourself at risk. That's what he's saying. You're putting yourself at risk,
right,
to be
which happens
sexually
a lot
assaulted
here, apparently.
Apparently, according to our governor. Yes. Yeah. All right.
Okay. It's an abrasive message.
It's aggressive.
Yes. It's a bit much, but apparently governor thinks it's a bit much for what's happening here with illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels very dystopian what's going on.
The head of Canyon Independent School District in Texas announced in an email that he's banning the Bible from the school district due to the law which bans sexually explicit content.
Songs
of Solomon. Bible smut now?
Songs of Solomon go hard, John.
Well,
Songs of Solomon go hard. Read that. And then think to yourself, Bible, smut. According to this individual.
Sure. The good book is.
If you're reading Songs of Solomon,
okay.
This lawmaker, I guess, is it a lawmaker or someone at a school?
Well, it's a law banning sexually explicit content.
So the person at the school is saying the Bible can't be.
Yeah, the head of the school system says we can't have the Bible.
I mean, there's a lot of love going on in Songs of Solomon. I don't know if it classifies as sexually explicit, but they didn't teach it to us at school.
Apparently, there's a big surprise, an unprecedented decline in teen drug use. It continues, surprising experts.
Does that coincide with teens having less and less sex? Isn't that a thing? So more drugs means more sex, less drugs means less sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody gets a little funky.
Okay.
When they're getting down and dirty.
Which leads to the other, John? Do you think?
I think the
drugs
probably
sex?
lead to the sex.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
There's another Otani situation. Paul Pogba's brother is jailed for extorting 13 million euro from his brother, the football star.
Just taking bits from the Olaleye Show. Me and Sean discussed this yesterday. The question is, for us, which person in your family is most likely to be Paul Pogba's brother that would extort you for your money? Think of it. You don't have to name them, but do you have someone that pops in your head that goes, "This person would extort me"?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No question. I know who that is in my family.
I mean, Sean didn't want to name the person because they listened. He didn't want to actually put him out there like that, but everyone has someone in your family that if you come up on some cash, they would come after you with, "Oh, if you give me my money, or I'll tell something about you."
Yeah. Oh no. And yeah, and my family could extort me. There's no question. No question.
Did Lance just take the
He
the
don't
show
care.
off? Okay.
He's done.
Okay.
He's eating dinner or writing on a tablecloth or something right now. He doesn't care. No, he said. Did he say? I don't. Oh, his mic isn't up. He said Abigail didn't bring my mic up.
It's been
She goes,
on.
I don't think Abigail brought my mic up, so I'm leaving.
leaving.
Have fun, Dell, is what he wrote.
That is crazy.
Abigail, why did you
entire time?
Why did you hurt his feelings?
Why did you
I'm sorry,
turn off his
Lance.
mic?
Yeah.
I don't know how I turned it off, but it's still on.
Frankly, it was a good move, Abigail.
To be honest, yeah. He had checked out at about 8:30.
Yeah,
anyway.
He wasn't here the whole show.
Yeah, you could hear him.
Started with it.
He left to
dinner
go get
story.
food, and he was rustling around every time he came back. You could hear it. He had stopped caring.
We're done. Okay. You guys are next, and you guys are going to be here until noon. So come on by and see Dell and Sean perform right here at Republic Boot Company.
Sean's going to tap dance.
Yeah.
Perform. Sean's going to tap
Sean,
dance.
you going to perform for the people? A little song and dance up here on the stage? Let's go. We're done. Hey, we'll see you on Monday. It's Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. That's where the big Christmas party is going to be. We want you there. Please show up. Let's have some fun at Nick's Place on Monday. In the meantime, what a great sports weekend. We'll talk all about it on Monday. So long, everybody.
Welcome to the show. We are still out at Republic Boot Company. I am joined by Sean. Normally, Sean, well, he's always my producer, but normally Sean is back in studio. But he's out here at Republic Boot Company because when we first started this show, it was here.
Yeah.
And I believe you were back in studio, so you made the trip out here. And, of course, Abigail's still back in studio being let's just say, a less than stand-up individual because during the break, she says some things that we don't believe to be true.
Yeah.
We might get into that a little bit later. But as I said, we're out at Republic Boot Company, and they're having a pretty nice event. While we have the Christmas party out at Nick's on Monday, they're going to have a nice event for customers here, a customer appreciation party themselves, where they're going to get a chance to drink some free vodka. And I say free because they can't sell. They don't have a liquor license, but they do have a bar. So if you come out here on Monday it starts at 2, ends at 7, you get a chance to drink for free. It'll be open bar. There'll be food to take advantage of and live music and shopping. So, of course, come out here to Republic Boot Company. We thank them for having us out here. And this is the start of the unofficial pregame show to Indiana and Notre Dame, because we're going to have that game here on ESPN 97.5, the first of a new era. 12-team playoff begins tonight in South Bend. The Hoosiers, the Fighting Irish, people are already lining up to get on campus. Mike Golick, a former Fighting Irish offensive lineman, filmed people lining up at like 6 a.m., snow-covered ground. It's dark, and people are excited about the game.
I guess they've made the playoff before. I was going to say, is this the biggest game since Michael Jr. played against Alabama?
I think it's
probably not.
No, it's the biggest home game. It's the biggest home game because of the.
I mean, Notre Dame Clemson 2020.
Yeah. Did Georgia come after that? Notre Dame, Georgia?
Georgia, that was like 2017.
Oh, so it was before.
18.
Yeah.
I was still in college for that.
So, yeah, this is the biggest game. I mean, Ohio State against Notre Dame was big, but as far as meaning, and Notre Dame feels really good about their team this year. Yeah. Hopefully, if it matters, they'll have 11 guys on the field in an important situation, unlike that Ohio State game.
Marcus Freeman's like, why are you bringing up old stuff?
Not that old. Happened last year, I think.
It's old stuff, though.
It happened last year, and you lost that game.
I've had 11 men on the field every play, at least 11 on the field every play.
Maybe 12 or 13, but never 10 again. But never 10. So Indiana, Notre Dame, that game comes up later today, and we'll have it here on ESPN 97.5. Pregame starts at 6:30. But as far as what happened in town last night, I mean, what do you take from what the Rockets did to the Pelicans? The Pelicans stink.
Yeah,
they're bad, and they looked awful. And when the Rockets are going to shoot the way they did, I don't know if any team has a shot because of the way they play defense. It was a great night from pretty much everybody. Fred VanVleet didn't have to shoot. He only shot the ball 8 times, but a big night for Jalen Green. Dylan Brooks got on a bit of a jag in the second and third quarter, knocking down jumpers. Nice bounce back. They had some time off after their loss to Oklahoma City, and they bounced back with a win. So nice to get back on track there. It wasn't the biggest margin of the night if we're just talking cursory NBA stuff. Ooh. What a debut for Schroeder and the New Look Warriors, where Memphis beat them by, was it 51? Was that the final margin of victory?
I thought they went mercy rule at some point.
Where we're gonna 8-minute quarters,
running clock.
Let's TV timeouts. We don't care. The clock. We're gonna treat this like a spring game. You guys can go to break, but the clock is gonna keep running because we got to get out of here. And it was.
They got smoked.
They were awful. Schroeder was awful. Steph was awful.
Draymond was awful.
Yeah, if they get beat by 51, they're all going to be awful. Yeah, sure.
But Draymond hit us with the 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 4 turnovers, 4 personal fouls, plus minus of minus 42.
And because the world loves to keep a receipt, Chris Vernon, who worked for The Ringer and also has been a longtime Memphis radio host, just had a clip on deck ready from Draymond Green's podcast where he was attacking Taylor Jenkins from maybe a month ago. And a month to the day, they get beat by 51. So if you want to listen to Draymond and what receipts were pulled, Abigail, if you have that, we can get to that now. He was attacking Taylor Jenkins, who a lot of Warrior fans can't stand. For whatever reason, the Warriors and Grizzlies, they have a bit of a rivalry, and Taylor Jenkins is at the forefront of that. They can't stand the Grizzlies head coach.
Yeah, I think they played a playoff series in 2022. I think that was one where Ja got hurt. No, someone got hurt in that series, and Steve Kerr was like, they broke the code when they I think, it was Dylan Brooks. Actually, believe it or not, Dylan Brooks got caught up in this where he pushed someone in the back.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. That's not how the game is played, that type of thing that Steve Kerr was talking about. Well, speaking of physicality, Draymond took issue with Taylor Jenkins defending Zach Edey's lack of physicality like a month ago. And here's Draymond on Edey and the Memphis Grizzlies.
You got Janky Taylor Jenkins, who's a softie. Bro, this game 11, you run into the media crying about a foul that, come on, bro. So guess what you just taught your 7'3" rookie? How to be emotional and run to the media talking about a foul. We bigs. We big men. You don't run to the media talking about a foul. You a big man. He's supposed to protect Ja Morant. You set him up to where Ja Morant gonna be protecting him. He's big enough to possibly have fooled people that he could be a little tough. And now nobody believe you. Now Joel Embiid gonna try to put his chest into the stanchion just to see I think he might be a little soft. Ooh.
Yeah, they gonna try him now. Everybody gonna try.
Y'all gotta stop breeding these soft dudes, man. Stop making these guys turn out to be snitches and soft and going to tell because you are a big man.
The other voice was Baron Davis. Remember him, former Warrior himself. Yeah. And a month later, the Warriors get beat by 51, and no Grizzly starter plays more than 24 minutes. Soft ass Zach Edey with his 8 points in 24 minutes, as every Grizzly starter had at least a plus minus a plus 23.
I was wondering how high the number was going to be.
The worst Warrior is Draymond, as you mentioned, a minus 42. The highest Grizzly was a plus 28. So because no one had to play that many minutes to get to 40.
They spread the wealth.
Yeah. So that was some of the NBA action. I'll ask you this, Sean.
Yeah.
Should you be ejected for squaring up? Because since we're doing our NBA shoot around thing as we just go around the league, did you see what happened with Jordan Clarkson? He's a known square up guy.
He is.
There's a compilation of Jordan Clarkson squaring up and not throwing a punch. Yeah, you can find the clips.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say I remember Jordan Clarkson squaring up a lot. I have no memory in my head of Jordan Clarkson throwing a punch.
Swinging. Yeah, I don't ever remember seeing it. But he squared up with Pistons rookie Ron Holland. It was an incident involving Paul Reed and Jordan Clarkson when they got into a little NBA tussle, which was going to lead to nothing. Ron Holland didn't like the way Jordan Clarkson was approaching his teammate and kind of pushed him, and they both squared up. No one throws a punch. There's no contact being made. I know they squared up like they're about to fight, but it just digressed into a normal NBA incident.
Yeah.
So should you be thrown out for looking like you're going to fight? I was like, no. If no punches are thrown, I don't care what stance they take. What's the difference?
Yeah. And I think it was a classic square up, but neither of them actually take a step towards each other.
It was none of that.
It was like they just both.
The closest they came was the initial. The closest they came was the initial, what's going on here? And then they back up, as you say, put up their dukes, and nothing happens. NBA, we need to have a put up the dukes rule.
Especially Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
Jordan Clarkson, I need you to throw a
He's
punch.
a habitual Duke putter-upper, as you would say.
Someone needs to try.
If he's not going to throw a punch, let him. Yes. Ron Holland and Jordan Clarkson have the same body type, so it's not a mismatch as far as weight is concerned. Give him a swing or two, because you're the shooting guard who cries wolf. What are you doing here? Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, there should just be a line about how many times you can square up on an NBA court without throwing a punch. I need you at one point to at least try to throw a punch and miss like Serge Ibaka. Just do something.
I don't need you to connect. I don't need anyone to get hurt. But if I got to watch you square up at least 3 or 4 times over the course of the last 5 years, at some point, swing.
What if the NBA came out and said, we didn't throw him out for squaring up. We threw him out for squaring up and not throwing a punch.
We're actually tired of his act.
Yeah,
I would say,
enough of you out of here.
You know what I would say? Billy Kennedy, thank you. Thank you.
I was not familiar with your game, Billy Kennedy.
Thank you for stepping in. I appreciate it for getting that done, because enough of Jordan Clarkson. Nice shooting guard, not that efficient. It's going to get his shots up.
Yeah.
Is in anonymity in Utah, no one cares. But he does pop up every now and again with these types of things, and it happened again. What if we just started trying to name Jazz and Pistons? I've watched enough Pistons basketball over the last month or so.
Yeah, they play the Heat a lot.
A lot of, for whatever reason, close games that go down the wire. So I know who they are. But what about the Jazz? How many do you think you can get to? 5, 6?
Yeah, probably about 5.
Yeah, I saw Keontae George, good, and aforementioned Jordan Clarkson.
Sexton.
He's still around. Walker Kessler's still there.
Walker Kessler.
Yeah, we're just NBA heads. It's probably a
Taylor
bad.
Hendricks broke his leg gruesomely.
Yeah, that was ugly. We're probably the wrong ones to have that conversation about how many Jazz can we get to. But yeah, they've been pretty anonymous for half a decade. But Jordan Clarkson bringing us the moment. So I did see this stat getting back to the Rockets, and I think it's a fake one. Jalen Green's a point of contention, depending on whether you think highly of him or you think this is what he's going to be, this inconsistent shot chucker that he turns out to be sometimes. He was good last night in the Rockets win. Someone put up a stat. It's not anyone you should be listening to, but it was one of those NBA, we're going to glom on and try to find a way to get engagement. Yeah, something like that. One of those NBA Twitter accounts. And they put up Jalen Green and his accomplishment as far as most 30-point games for someone under 23 years old. He has 41 of those. Kobe has 42. Trace McGrady, 48. The question is McGrady a shooting guard or a small forward? But whatever. Devin Booker, 64. Anthony Edwards, 66. So there's a big graphic of Jalen Green being excited, screaming, 41 30-point games. It's a fake stat. I feel like it's fake because he shoots enough that should be in today's NBA. And then you throw in the fact that he was on a bad basketball team for half of his career. So someone is going to get up shots. And there was no real reins on what he could do. I know what you're trying to do. Hey, look what he does compared to these NBA greats. But I have my own human eyes. He is an explosive scorer. There's no question about that. But I don't really care that he puts up 41. He's put up 41 30-point games in his career since he began, because I've seen the tour date games, and they're probably more than 41 of those over the course of his career.
Yeah, definitely more than 41 of those. It's not just, I don't know if it's a fake stat, but it is a very misleading and like purposely misleading.
Yes.
Like the qualifiers on there is like by age 23. Okay, so you basically have to be either Kobe or McGrady, who came into the league out of high school, or Devin Booker, who came into the league as after a freshman year at Kentucky, also has a very late birthday. He has a birthday in like August. So he got drafted when he was 18. And then you have Jalen Green, like you said. Then you go into, and you're counting out basically everyone for the first, 50 years of basketball where they stayed in college for more than a year. Then you also have shooting guards, which when you throw it, you can just sneak in shooting guards in that statistic. And then you go, wow, only 4 guys have more 30-point games before they're 23. It's like, no, only the shooting guards.
Yes.
Like if we started throwing in the other 4 positions, this gets a lot less impressive.
As always, context matters.
How many? Yeah, I mean,
very much so.
I was going to ask you, like, how many did LeBron have by this age? And I was like, this is so hard to look up that who cares?
And is LeBron a small forward, or is he a shooting guard, or at points he was a point guard? Yeah. So yeah, but Jalen Green, the night was great. The Rockets played well. They dispatched with the Pelicans, so they win the game, and that's pretty much all you take from it.
Yeah, they did what they had to do against a team that was starting Yves Missy at center.
Yeah.
Someone
save C.J. McCollum. I'm not a.
Someone save Trey Murphy too. Trey Murphy,
Herb Jones, save all those guys, because they're a shell of themselves, and that's a team who had expectations, but with no Ingram and no Williamson, who someone on Twitter very funnily blamed for the lack of interest in the NBA, because he said he's a fat guy who's addicted to porn. That was supposed to be the next guy to take the NBA to the next level, and he isn't what he's supposed to be.
That's very rude and out of pocket. Also,
was he wrong?
I don't think he was wrong. Remember his year at Duke? Like he's the last college basketball player that like mattered.
Yeah,
and
very true.
That guy not panning out in the NBA to any serious level, like that is a problem.
That hurts.
There's nothing to do about that. Like I'm sure Zion's like, yeah, I would love to have been young LeBron too, but didn't work out. Sorry, I have the internet.
I somewhat seriously said will even have a better career than Blake Griffin, because Blake, and I thought that at the time, and I was like, you know what, Blake Griffin was an explosive player. Didn't have the hype so much that Zion did, but injured, power forward type, but all the explosiveness in the world. And I said Zion would probably be lucky to have Blake Griffin's prime as far as his career, and he hasn't even reached that yet.
I was going to say he's got to get it together to make it close
to even be Blake Griffin. So, yeah, the NBA is missing out on their next great star, and we talked about it maybe a couple days ago. Adam Silver. Make sure Cooper Flag doesn't have any degenerative knee issues, because maybe that's the guy you're locking in on next year.
Or don't send him to the Pelicans. I think
that didn't help either.
Dyson Daniels went a little viral as Dyson Daniels can go, by giving a quote about the Pelicans. I think the Hawks played the Pelicans recently. Dyson Daniels just got traded from the Pelicans to the Hawks in the DeJounte Murray trade. They asked him about, like, New Orleans. They're dealing with a lot of injuries, like you said. And he said, yeah, I think that place is just cursed.
Yeah.
And you know what? I kind of believe him.
I
think
can't
about all
disagree.
the Anthony Davis years. Think about the Chris Paul stuff. Like, they have gotten a lot of stars. They've drafted a lot of stars because they've been bad. And every single time something goes wrong. And it goes wrong in very different ways because they nailed these draft picks.
They're not wrong on their picks.
It's just extenuating circumstances. Some of it's mismanagement, but some of it is just like, I don't know what you want us to do. And again, we're having to start our, 7th through 9th best players, along with maybe DeJounte Murray or Ingram on any given game. Like, their season just is like just falling apart already, and it's not even Christmas.
And people picked them with the caveat that Zion needs to be healthy as a real contender for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And we saw the team that took the floor last night. They're nowhere close. Now they're 5-23, 1-14 away from New Orleans Rockets. Now 18-9 get the win. We will move on. We'll talk some Texans because, well, we got a game on Saturday. The predictions have started. John, Lance, Abigail, and I did that at the end of the show. We'll talk more about the game and how it goes, and maybe that's really determines how we feel about the team going forward. A win, great, but I'm not sure a close win changes my opinion. We will get into that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to. I know a car is a giant purchase, but maybe you want to do something special for someone for Christmas. Go to Monument Chevrolet and go get them a great new Chevy. You can check out all the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And the best part about once you check out that inventory, those cars you see on the website, you're going to see them out at the dealership, and the price is going to stay the same. You're not going to get out there and be surprised by some new charge that you weren't expecting. No hidden fees, no upcharges. They take care of you. They're going to treat you like family. They want you to come back because the car buying experience isn't a one-time thing. You're going to come back for service. Maybe you got a question you need answered. They're going to be there for you throughout. Their salesperson of the week is William. He's one of the people, when you see them out there, who are going to answer any and every question you have and get you in the right car, whether it be a Trax or a Silverado or Colorado. They have it all out there for you at Monument Chevrolet. So they're fast and reliable. They'll get you in and out. They won't have you spend a lot of time at that dealership. And whether you want a new car or pre-owned vehicle, they have that out there for you. And if you're a business owner and you need something for your fleet, they'll take care of you there. They're the 6th largest dealership in the country when it comes to fleets. So check out monumentchevrolet.com and then go out there off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company in the Heights. It's the Dale Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Texans Chiefs tomorrow. Weather's not going to be great. It's not crazy weather, but the Texans don't play a lot of cold weather games, so I guess we take that into account. Are we going to come to that game saying, "Oh man, the Texans played soft"? I don't think their defense will play that way. I am interested to see how their offense operates in cold weather. It's not an offense that's operating at optimum capabilities anyway. So will that be a team who doesn't fare well in the conditions?
I mean, they don't fare well in the conditions.
So are we going to even be able to tell that the conditions
NRG Stadium?
That's true. So are we going to be able to tell that the conditions are actually affecting them? Probably not.
Probably not. But yeah, I guess it's good for them that they got the 12 rushing, 12 attempts, 23 yards for Joe Mixon out of the way.
It's every other game, so we expect him to be better. That new offensive line was criticized pretty harshly by Dan Orlovsky. We'll get to that sound here too in this segment. He saw the new formation when it comes to that middle three, whether it be Shaq or Titus Howard, or at least right now Jared Patterson. He did not like how they handled the stunts the Dolphins threw at them, and he's very worried how they might handle what Spags is going to throw at them. But I didn't know that there was bad blood between the Chiefs and the Texans, but there is if you ask Charles Omenihu, former Texan, and as Sean said, as I brought it up during the break, Longhorn legend Charles Omenihu.
I don't know about that.
You said maybe you said Longhorn great. I don't remember what you said.
That's also maybe aggressive. But.
Either way, you were complimentary of Charles Omenihu.
Longhorn, yes.
That's a very descriptive and accurate description of Charles Omenihu's time at Texas. But he's now a Chief. He spent time with the Texans. He wasn't a part of great Texans football, and I can't blame him for that. But he doesn't think highly of the team, so apparently it's going to be on site. Here's Charles Omenihu talking about the Texans.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna make this clear. I don't know this organization at all, and I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be some fire with her. Yeah.
If you don't know how to decipher beeps, he said he's on the F with the Texans in that organization. Just in case you weren't aware of what he was saying. So Charles Omenihu is definitely ready to play. Tim Settle doesn't really have a specific issue with the Chiefs. He just says, hey, you try me, it's going to be a problem. He thinks about the Ravens that way too. So it's a little different because we heard Tim Settle early in the week very fired up about the game. So look, Charles Omenihu, young player. The Texans weren't a great environment to play football in. I'm not exactly sure what his issue is. I don't think they expounded on it, but just know he remembers, and it's on site. The game itself, I don't know if he'll be as big of a problem. Actually, I do know. He won't be as big of a problem as Christian is going to be. The Texans' interior is subpar. We will see with the second chance with this new setup of Titus Howard, Shaq Mason, and Patterson as your middle three, if it gets better. They didn't run the ball against the Dolphins. They're going to play a much better defense in Kansas City. Can they get the ground game going for an offense that has been below par? I mean, I don't know what else to say other than they have not lived up to expectations, and they are a defensive football team. If not for their defense, this is a team who probably is still scrapping with the Colts for the division, but their defense has played really well. They've had great contributions from young players, 2 rookies in particular in that secondary, and now Christian Harris is back. I think he has an ankle injury, so that popped up yesterday. So maybe Christian Harris might be limited in the snaps or maybe not available at all. We'll see about today's practice, which is nothing more than a walkthrough. If they just don't get on the plane and do nothing, that might be more the case than anything else, considering the games on Saturday. But Dan Orlovsky of ESPN is someone who they went to ask about the Texans' offensive line. And did the changes improve them? He didn't think so, and he was pretty aggressive in his talk about how the Texans played poorly against the Dolphins. So here he is.
I think your point of that cut split corner blitz is a concern if I'm Houston as well, because Houston likes to get into those condensed cut splits. And as a quarterback, the corner's pressure, like, I don't know if you're blitzing or not. You know, I have So that's the strength. My concern is that strength matches up with Houston's weakness. If I'm Houston, because, and it's specifically the inside, the guards of the Houston Texans are going to get absolutely abused in the games. The interior has been the issue all week, but to my point, the guards. And all Spags is going to do is run what we call these pick stunts, where a linebacker is going to wrap and pin the hip of that guard, and then that defensive tackle. Guys, 3 offensive linemen are blocking absolutely nobody. Like, this has got to drive Bobby Slowick absolutely out of his freaking mind, because it happens all the time. Sometimes it doesn't even mean a pressure is going to happen, a blitzer. They'll just do those internal stunts. If you're Kansas City and you're going to get Chris Jones doing this with a Mike Dana or George Karlaftis, that guard is looking out to his right. Dude, you should probably at some point get your eyes back inside, because here comes that loop. And again, both guards blocking absolutely nobody. One of them's on the ground. And if you're Kansas City, you're sitting there going, great. Now there's 7-man for hesitation. J-Mac, you know you're going to do this. I only got 6. I got an issue. My guard, left guard, center, and left tackle go left. That means I only have 3 to the right, guys. CJ, if you have 3 and they bring 4,
gotta go.
Ball's got to get out of your hand, bud. And that's the main concern going into this game is the interior play. The guards are going to get picked and stunted in games so much.
Yeah.
And even then, you know Spags is going to show you more, and he's going to say, you're not ready or plan for it, and we'll get home.
Very descriptive and accurate assessment of what the Texans' offensive line's issues are. And the guy who was on the ground was Larry Tunsil. It was they ran a pick where just a Dolphin defensive end, or maybe it was a defensive tackle or linebacker, just hits him like in the ribs to get the twisting defender free. He wasn't ready for it. He wound up on the ground, and that's what you're going to see quite a bit. And they also have an individual who can just rush from anywhere as well. Chris Jones, whether he's rushing from the inside or the outside, it's going to be a test. I wouldn't be surprised in pass rushing situations if Blake Fisher sees a lot of Chris Jones and sees if the rookie can handle it. He did fairly well against the Dolphins. Chop Robinson got him late. Great get off. You can question whether that was offsides or not, but that was like the one clear miss for Blake Fisher. So we'll see him against maybe the best interior pass rusher in all of football right now. So I hope it goes better, but I think they're facing a better defense overall. So the thought of them getting the 20, I can't see it. I think the defense is going to have to win them this game. I don't know if they're going to get – I'll say this. They're not forcing Patrick Mahomes into 4 turnovers like they did too. I'm just going to put that out there. I'm going to say that right now. But it has to be something where they just completely shut down the Chiefs team to give their offense enough opportunities to stay in it, because can they get to 20 points? Do you think they can get to whether it be through field goals or touchdowns, however it happens?
Two touchdowns, 2 field goals, I guess.
However you think. Can they put that would be putting together 4 scoring drives against the Chiefs. So you think they can do that?
I have my doubts that they can do that. I have a hard time seeing that, like you laid out with the personnel matchup that the offensive line is going to have to be dealing with, not just all the games that they're going to deal with that they've struggled with for 16 weeks now, but you also are going to have to deal with Steve Spagnuolo calling defensive plays against Bobby Slowick. I don't love that matchup if I'm the Houston Texans. I don't love that matchup if I'm really anybody in the league with Spags, but especially Bobby Slowick, who I think we have our questions about his play calling and just consistently down to down. Like you said, they're going to need 4 scoring drives. I don't know if they can do 4 long scoring drives or 4 sustained scoring drives. I think they're going to need turnovers. They're going to need some field position to go the way through special teams. They're going to need a lot of help to be able to score enough to beat Mahomes and the Chiefs. Now, this isn't 2018 Mahomes. This isn't 2019 Mahomes where they're scoring 30-something a game. This is a more slowed down offense, but like we've seen in 10 of their 12 wins so far this year, that they can play a mucked up game and come out on top at the end.
Yeah, it's not something that they'll be bothered by. We'll see if Hollywood Brown plays and if that adds something to the Chiefs offense that they haven't had all year. Mucked up is a place the Texans can thrive in. I just think they're going up against the mucked up champs when it comes to this sort of game.
That's the thing. I don't know if they thrive in or they
find a way. I think they're 7-4 in 1-score games, which which is what they were doing last year. They won a lot of one-score games last year, but they're not the Chiefs in one-score games. The Chiefs are undefeated this year in one-score games.
And how many of we can actually just remember, but how many of those one-score games are against the Jags and the Titans of the world?
4 of them were against. They have 4 one-score victories against the AFC South, and they picked up another one last week against the Dolphins team, who is now 6-8, so not exactly world beaters. So yes, when we try to hold the resumes and say, well, you know what, the Texans win one-score games, the Chiefs do too. I mean, the Texans have also lost 4 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say,
and
the Chiefs are
undefeated,
10-0.
Yes, undefeated. Yes,
9-0 maybe. I don't.
I think it's
don't know.
10-0 now in one-score.
Okay, yeah. So it's a whole nother monster. It is the team that you wish to be at one point. Actually, you probably wish to win by two scores a little bit more than they do, but it is just the fact of all the credit that you want to give the Texans. If you want to say that there is something to winning close games, which I think there is, that it's, hey, at the end of the day, they get execution. They can make big plays on defense. They can turn the ball over, get sacks, whatever. And on offense, they have a quarterback that in most games you feel good about compared to the other team's quarterback. All that is true for the Chiefs and is more true for the Chiefs when they play the Texans.
Yes, and despite NBC not knowing that the game's in the afternoon because they called it a Saturday night showdown in one of their latest tweets.
You know.
They make mistakes. I know it's on your network.
But it's daylight savings, so it's going to be dark.
Well, it'll be daylight, and it'll be about...
Actually, no, it's going to start at 12.
Yeah.
It's overcast.
It'll be overcast, certainly. It'll be about 30 degrees.
Saturday overcast.
Yeah, I don't know if there'll be any wind or rain, but it'll be 30 degrees, so we'll see how the Texans deal with the elements in really their first cold weather game of the year, which is less of a concern. The concern is Patrick Mahomes will be playing, and that Chiefs defense will be out there as well. So Chiefs Texans, we'll certainly talk about it on Monday at the Christmas party, which will be at Nick's place. You can join us out there. All day event. You get a chance to win prizes, maybe participate in a contest for something. You'll get to see everyone who works here, and I mean that because I think anyone outside of like the sales staff is going to be there. The person producing our show, Abigail, will be out there. Sam will be out there. The rest of our promo team will be out there. Although I don't know if it's fair to just include Sam and Abigail in the promo team, but they're going to be doing promo team like stuff.
What do you mean?
In the morning? Because you're not just promo people anymore.
You're more than that, Abigail.
You're more than that.
Oh,
Relax.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Relax.
That's the first time you're nice to me, actually.
Well, I mean,
I can see why your guard is up.
Yeah, exactly.
Sean, I was just going to leave it as more, just not promo. Sean obviously expounded to explain it, but yeah, you're a producer, you're a engineer now, and Sam is part of our social team. In fact, she had just uploaded the video for me at Monument Chevrolet, which is a joy to me, obviously, to watch myself on video. It's so great. But it's up there if you want to check it out on ESPN 97.5.
Multi-platform star.
Yeah, cool. It's very cool. So, I'm honored, very honored to do that. But I am happy to work with Monument Chevrolet. So that video is up there. You can check out the beautiful new Chevy Blazer that they want you to go out there and check out. So Texans, Chiefs, we'll talk about it more on Monday. We will come back with some news regarding Alex Bregman, which really isn't news. It just speaks to what we've talked about the timeline for this. So we'll get to that and the likelihood of Alex Bregman not picking a team until maybe after the new year. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company in the Heights. It's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sean asked a very pertinent question. Maybe he'll ask it a little bit later. This song brought it on, so we'll get to that in a bit. We're out at Republic Boot Company. We're here till noon. Of course, you want to come out here. We're in the Heights and check out the boots. I'm looking at A&M branded boots. I've seen Longhorn branded boots. Those are the ones that are on. Are on, I wouldn't say the rack, but they're up here on the shelves if you want to take a look. They also do the custom stuff. Even the ones that are currently up here, they will mold them to your feet. But if you want a custom made boot specifically for you, they'll do that as well. It's not just boots. They've got anything and everything you want. If you want to be a cowboy for fun, for funsies, or you are actually a cowboy, they have all that stuff out here for you too, as well. A place you should come anytime you're thinking about going to the rodeo. I mean, if you just need a new fit for the rodeo, this is a place for you. Republic Boot Company here in the Heights. Premium cowhides. The only reference I have now for cowhides, I'm watching this survivalist who on YouTube, he does these things where he just, hey, I'm going to go out in minus 40-degree temperatures in Alaska, and I'm going to show you how to survive. And cowhides are a big part of his deal.
Oh, okay.
It keeps you warm. He puts them on the floor of his tent with the snow underneath, and apparently the cowhides are a big deal to keep you warm. So,
and imagine how warm the premium cowhides would keep you. It sounds like he just has a standard one.
Yeah, he's got. Actually, I'm going to shoot him some bail. It's not just cowhides. It's like what he's got, like oxhide, moose. Yeah, it's the fancy cattle is what he's got. Okay. But we do have premium cowhides here at Republic Boot Company. Okay, I mentioned the Alex Bregman. I won't call it a saga. We'll see. Maybe we'll have that word for it eventually. But Jeff Passan is reporting that don't expect any resolution to the Alex Bregman offseason conversation until after Christmas, which is something we talked about, that if it didn't happen this week, you might be just pointing to the new year and saying, nothing, all these guys will take a break. They'll get back to it after the new year because there's really no rush. But that's from Jeff Passan. He threw in, I guess, Corbin Burns in there as well as the two guys who are names looking for new deals who won't be making decisions until after Christmas. It makes sense. And you know what? I appreciate it, Jeff, because if we want something to talk about once we get back from our vacation, some of us taking more time than others, just have Alex Bregman still on the table looking for a deal. And Astro fans think it's possible. Yankee fans, Red Sox fans, all of them think it's possible. We'll talk about that when we come back. But this is no surprise. It felt like after maybe, I won't even call it a wave because the wave was really like Fried and Soto. And then after that, it's been guys looking for deals. But it didn't feel like this was going to be a quick thing. And considering Scott Boras, who you were asking is he a wanksta or not, because of the song Abigail played coming in, considering the wanksta who is his agent, it felt like this was going to be a thing that took forever. And maybe forever is February, maybe forever is January, but don't expect this Bregman thing to happen anytime soon, because why would he rush? Even Nolan Arenado's like playing the game where he's like, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to be at the Astros because maybe the Dodgers will come calling at some point. Maybe their need for an infielder will make that place more viable for me. So it ain't the NBA, it ain't the NFL where these deals happen in rapid succession. So I guess we're talking another month. We're talking mid-January. Since we know it's at least after Christmas, if we're to believe Jeff Passan, what do you think?
I think January 10th.
That's your drop dead date for this?
No,
Alex
Bregman
is a something by January 10th?
No, that's when I think that we're back in the hot zone.
Well, we start hearing real news about it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want the Soto treatment for Bregman, where Alex Bregman's looking to make a decision by tonight. One of those things. Yeah. Because that's what Soto got.
We got it'll happen this week, and then it happened on Sunday night of that week, which I throw a flag on. But you can't say it happens this week and it happens Sunday night. It felt like you were pressuring Juan Soto into making a decision.
Or maybe Soto had a decision date. He had a commitment date, and it was always going to be Sunday night, which is that is weird for me when we're talking about professional athletes. I get why a college kid or high school kid does it, and now college kids do it too, but a high school kid does it because you want the moment. You want to get everyone who cares about that in one spot to watch you do it. But Soto setting a time like, yeah, I'm going to make a decision by Sunday night. Why? Why are you limiting yourself to Sunday night? Why not say when I'm ready, I'm ready? But
yeah, you can get extra, I don't know, $10 million out of Steve Cohen by waiting.
I don't know if that was going to be on the table, but I just don't understand why a professional is like, you know what? I want everyone to know I'm going to make a decision by this time. We're going to get it out of the way. So you make that announcement at any point, it'll be your moment. You're getting $760+ million. It'll be your moment no matter when you decide.
Yeah, and it is rare that you actually do get a date like
a
that.
timeline. Like we
Yeah.
know that
the only other time I remember a free agent having a specific date where we know he would make a decision was LeBron with The Decision,
Yes.
which is on TV, which I'm actually surprised we haven't circled back to.
I feel like all players realize how that went for LeBron, so they don't want to do it.
Juan Soto should have had hats on a table and put. It works for baseball because you actually wear caps.
Makes sense.
Like it is actually the cap
he
he's
could
going to
also
wear.
Do you think he does a hat trick, or does he just do a straightforward? I'm putting a hat on.
Maybe just like a reach for the Yankees. Nope, Mets.
Look,
I think that's what you.
I know that nothing's going to match the anger that LeBron got for doing what he did. But if Juan Soto put a hat trick on Yankee fans,
put on the hat,
if he
threw it off, unzipped his hoodie.
Yeah, and he has a legendary Mets jersey on underneath, and then he puts on the Mets hat, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm bringing New York back, but the real New York."
Yeah,
I don't know. Are the Mets in Queens? Is that where they are? Whatever. It's Queens for life. Whatever you might say. Come on, he can't do that to the Yankee fans. Would he even survive in New York? Because he's still living there. That's the problem. You can't do that to Yankee fans if you're still going to live in the city. LeBron he had to go back to Cleveland, but he had the buffer of Miami.
He only had to go once.
Yeah, he didn't have to go back to. He didn't have to live in Cleveland like for the rival Cleveland franchise. He got to leave. So,
and even they forgave him after 4 years.
Yeah, I mean in fact, that final year it was like, we want LeBron. They were campaigning for him when it felt like the Miami thing wasn't a cinch for him to resign. Yeah, the Cleveland campaign started really quickly, and he went back.
I think it would mean a lot for baseball, especially baseball, because they, in the NBA, like you said, the NFL, all the major free agents sign if not the first 3 days, the first week at least of free agency. You know that it's all going to be done pretty quick. Baseball, you just kind of go about your day, and then you get a alert on your phone that Max Fried is signed for $200 million.
Frankly, baseball does it wrong in multiple ways. We need visits. We need to watch Max Fried walk into the Yankees facility, although really the facility is Yankee Stadium. But we need that type of thing where a guy walks into the ballpark, takes a tour, and just like we treat the transfer portal currently right now, Max Fried's enjoying his visit. We think it really moved the needle. We'll find out.
Can't let him leave.
Yeah, can't let him cross town and get to the Mets to see that type of thing. That's what baseball needs. It needs to be more inventized. The winter meetings is fine, but I need the Alex Bregman tour. Alex Bregman's going to take a trip to Fenway because, he doesn't know anything about Fenway. He's going to go in there, check out the Red Sox and what they have to offer, and then make a trip, then head on down and check out the Yankees. And you know what? After mulling it over, he's going to take a couple days, and then on Sunday night, he's going to tell us where he picks.
Yeah.
If we want to add some juice, because this winter meeting thing is fine, but now all the juice about where guys are going is only created by engagement farmers. So baseball, come to us for ideas.
Yeah,
baseball guys here.
You just need You just need to get someone to just commit on MLB TV or something.
Yeah,
or
why
MLB
don't
Network.
they do? A professional's never going to do it, but someone should do it. Like Juan Soto, we're getting video of you celebrating with Donovan Mitchell on your Instagram, like a FaceTime thing pops up or Instagram Live pops up. Why don't you do that on MLB Network or ESPN? I'm probably better off for baseball, even though they haven't their own network to do it on ESPN. But do it.
Or
Carl Ravitch talks to him.
So what went into this decision? The $700 million.
That's a dumb question, Carl. What do you think went into the decision?
Eduardo.
Eduardo Lopez. Ask him. Maybe you get someone who Juan Soto's comfortable with, whoever that might be, and they sit down with them and he makes a call.
Jessica Mendoza.
Something. Baseball. Follow college football's model.
Now, I understand why maybe an established star like Bregman, Soto wouldn't do it, but how about when you get a big name Japanese or Korean player. Because that's most
that's worldwide too,
and that's most like recruiting because, like you said, Alex Bregman's played at all these stadiums that he's thinking about going to at least like 50
like
times.
The college football models. A lot of these kids have never been to the places that they're considering, so taking those visits means something.
Yeah, so having like Roki Sasaki, one of the probably the highest, biggest name international free agent this offseason, if he had a commitment date of like January 21st, you will find out where he goes.
All these fan bases.
He has the hats on table because that also adds juice to. I go from not knowing who this guy is to
really wanting him on my team.
He just faked out that he's going to put on my team's hat.
Yeah, now you hate him. Yeah. Now, like we were talking earlier,
just immediately make a name for.
We were talking earlier about there's not a lot of hateable guys in the NBA on a national level. I'm sure you have your local rivalries. Rockets are going to hate Wembanyama. Fans are going to hate him. All that stuff. But there aren't a lot of those guys in the NBA. I don't think a lot of those guys in baseball exist either. But if you put them in a position where they're going to
2017 Astros,
yes, that's it. Except until they join your team, and then you're fine with it.
Current 2017. So 2 guys.
Yes,
at this point.
Yes, Altuve and
Lance McCullers,
who no one hates because I don't know how many people in baseball knows he still plays baseball. So there, but I saw him pitching off the mound again.
I did see
this
that.
week. So I guess that's great. That's cool. But yeah, baseball, juice it up. I don't think college football does a lot of things right outside the games on the field, but what they do to build excitement and build hate for players who you've never met before, they do a great job of it. Okay, we are done with this segment. We will get into actual college football stuff because the college football playoffs begin tonight. We will have the first game here on ESPN 97.5. Indiana goes to Notre Dame, and then we'll have the other 3 games on tomorrow. It starts at 11 here. We're going to have all those games. Every college football playoff game we're going to have here on ESPN 97.5. So we will get into the matchups here in a little bit. But first, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's Pickmas right now. That means that they're offering discounts all month long. Like right now, they have 99% discount on Nikola Jokic on Christmas Day against the Suns. Do you think Nikola Jokic can score more than half a point against the Phoenix Suns on Christmas Day? I think he can. You can put him in one of your lineups on Prize Picks, and it's basically a free square. You're already on your way to winning money, which includes now, during the month of December, you can win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. But hey, maybe you're not that confident. You know, college football, you have the college football bowl games. These are big games. These are playoff games coming up. They need to be perfect. That's a lot of pressure. On Prize Picks, you don't need to be perfect because they invented the flex play, which means that you can still cash out even if your lineup isn't perfect. So you can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So you can make money and not have to go 3 for 3, 4 for 4. You can get up there, have a whiff on one. Maybe Cade Klubnik didn't get enough yards for you. That's okay. You can still win on the flex play on Prize Picks. What you want to do is you want to download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you make your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Gus and Phil, Philip, I know you two guys were trying to get in. If you still want to, you certainly can call in 713-780-3776. We'll talk Astros or anything else you want to get to. We are out at Republic Boot Company. We've been here since 7. John and Lance started the day off here, and then obviously Sean and I are here till 12. It ain't Christmas party Eve, but it's the last show day until we're out of the Christmas party. Sean will be out there as well. So fun time for everyone. You guys should come out there and join us at Nick's Place. You get a chance to win prizes. Maybe you have to participate in the challenge. Maybe it'll just be through a raffle. I don't know. But no matter what happens, I believe the last year, everyone who stepped into Nick's Place, if they wanted to, they walked out with the prize.
Nice. By the way, I totally forgot about this until you started talking about Nick's Place. Yesterday, did some shopping, some grocery shopping, for those wondering what kind of shopping it was.
If you're asking why Sean is weird, that's a bit between Sean and I and Abigail from the break.
I felt like that was normal. That was a normal way of saying that. And I ran into Courtney, who works here, who's going to be basically putting on the Christmas party while she was getting supplies. And I have some insight on what is going to be happening at the Christmas party. I don't know what I can say and what I can't, but what I can give a detail.
So you were out at a grocery store.
I was out at HEB.
And Courtney was there, who handles all our promotional stuff.
Yes.
We only have like really one thing that she might want to grab.
There's a couple.
Maybe there's some cupcakes involved. Sometimes they force people to eat things.
Maybe a pepper of some kind.
Oh, a hot pepper. I see that as a possibility.
Maybe. So, and I had some insight on the eggnog, the main event.
Are we getting the big, like a quart? What are we getting? A gallon? What are we doing here? Because the morning show took issue with us being soft on the listeners as far as how much eggnog they had to chug.
And
so you're keeping that.
Courtney was aware of that criticism.
I imagine she was.
Will not be making the same mistake.
Oh, so if you guys wanted a prize and you are confronted with a gallon of eggnog, blame John and Lance for that. They were the ones who said, Courtney, what are we doing? Let's make them suffer. Maybe you have to down a pepper and then drink a gallon of eggnog. We'll find out on Monday. And we'll have visual evidence of it, because not only will you be able to watch the show, there'll be a camera pointed at all the events as well, which is the main thing. I mean, we've talked about it before. The actual listening experience is an awful one, but being able to view it is the benefit. If you can't make it out there,
spectator sport.
Yes. If you aren't part of the live listening audience, you're going to be able to view it on Monday. So we are trying to accommodate all who wants to take part in the festivities out at Nick's Place. So Christmas party on deck, starting bright and early. Nick's going to open at 7. I mean, actually, he'll open probably like 6:30 to accommodate getting us set up. But I mean, if you guys want to get there early, get your gallon of Coors Light, not gallon, your bucket of Coors Light going. You can do that as well. So it'll be good. We'll be there from 7 to 6, and we'll talk Texans. We'll certainly talk some CFP, and I mean we by 10 to 6. The 7 to 10 show ain't going to give you any sports.
Probably not.
It's not going to be anything coherent. So if you happen to want to hear your Texans, or at least talk about your Texans, I'd say tune in to 7 because you're loyal to John and Lance, but don't expect anything great. I kind of would say that no matter what, but that's just my bias against them. So Christmas party Monday out at Nick's Place. It'll be a good time. So we'll move on from that. So the CFP, we got the game tonight. Curtis Rourke, Riley Leonard, not exactly a star-studded quarterback battle. Curtis Rourke has been good, but how many people knew who he was before maybe week 6 for the Indiana Hoosiers? But he has done well there. The transfers for Indiana have done a great job. Cignetti in his first year there produced the best year in Indiana football history. They get a chance to take on an in-state opponent and go win one. And Indiana, no one really thinks they can win a national title, but if you beat Notre Dame in this setting, I know they've played in bowl games and a Rose Bowl, I believe they've made. But if you beat Notre Dame tonight, best moment in Indiana history. And, of course, whatever happens after that, it'll start to increase. But I think they will live off a win tonight for generations. They can get it done.
This is something that Paul and I actually talked about yesterday. If they win, Paul thinks, and he kind of talked me into it, even if they win, this game against Notre Dame will still be the biggest moment in program history because it's Indiana versus Notre Dame and they never play. and I don't know the intricacies of why they don't play. I don't know if it is a Texas versus UH kind of thing where Notre Dame doesn't think that they should be like on the same field as Indiana or what's going on.
Purdue is okay.
Yeah, but they play Purdue. They play all MAC teams. But I don't know. Maybe it's just as simple as, well, we don't need to play an in-state brand. We can expand our brand outwards, and that's why we play West Coast teams and such. So I do think that element of it does make this even like obviously it's the first college football playoff game, but I think the in-state element of it also elevates the magnitude for Indiana fans.
I would agree. It is a major thing. You laid out all the reasons why, and we've talked about it before. It's very NCAA tournament to have this game set up this way, where the big, although Indiana is the quote unquote big state school, and Notre Dame's a private school, but it has the major name in the state hosting a team they don't pay much attention to in a game where the team not getting a lot of attention is a viable dog. I think Notre Dame's defense is one that's going to make it really tough.
Yeah,
but
I was going to ask, are they a viable dog?
I saw them early against Ohio State, and of course that went poorly afterwards. But they played Ohio, and it's like a really small moral victory. But they played Ohio State tough for what would you say, a quarter plus, and then their own mistakes,
quarter and a half.
Yeah, their own mistakes put Ohio State in a position where they could control that game. So
you know what? It's less than a touchdown spread right now. And ESPN bet is Notre Dame favored by 6.5. So that is viable. They're not actually. This might be the smallest.
Is that the
line
smallest dog of the weekend?
Yeah, it might be.
Has Ohio State and Tennessee dropped any? Because I know that one was around 7 or so. I don't remember the exact number, but yeah, I think because Notre Dame's not overwhelming offensively, and the Riley Leonard effect of it all probably is playing a part as well. They don't have a star quarterback. Hell, they rarely do. Can't remember the last time they did, but it's a defense running team, and that can play well in the weather that's going to be out there tonight. But I think Indiana has a shot. Their line surprised me early against Ohio State. I just thought they made too many turnover. They committed too many mistakes, turnover, special teams. It was a lot of that led to Ohio State getting out ahead. And if they can duplicate what they did early, I think they have a shot to stay in it. Just don't give Notre Dame easy points, short fields to let that running game play a part. And it's not anything. It's not anything big to say, but make Riley Leonard be a passer. Force him to be a guy who isn't put in favorable situations where it's even when he does have to drop back, it's 2nd and 3, and you're playing run and pass. Put him in 3rd and 9 if you can stop the run early and see what he has, and then maybe he gets a little tight. The game script changes for Notre Dame, and then you're in a fight as opposed to always playing behind because Notre Dame gets out early. So that one outside of Ryan Day's misery is the one I care about the most. There's a lot of Notre Dame hate from my childhood, but also watching a team who has never reached these heights before playing a game like this against Notre Dame of all teams is pretty fun to take a look at.
Who also is a team that kind of hasn't reached heights past this. But
yes. Notre Dame has made the 14 playoff a couple times.
But
to your point, Notre Dame is. I mean, like I said, they're like Turkey, man. There is a certain level, a ceiling to Turkey, I think, just like there is at Notre Dame. They're fine. It's hardy. They'll run the ball, play defense, tight ends, cool, all that stuff. But when it comes to winning a national title, I don't ever consider Notre Dame a serious threat. It's just because of how they're built. Yeah. Now they get a chance to win a playoff game. It's at home. They should win it. But for Indiana, for a team who we're going to look at and go, they don't have top-end talent everywhere, I think other than, maybe facing a Clemson or something, as far as the teams who are having home games, this is their best opponent to face.
Yeah.
You're facing a team who, maybe Penn State. Penn State, I think, has more top-end talent than Notre Dame does. But as far as just the overall look of it, I think this is their best opponent, and maybe some of the intangible stuff plays a part. Who knows? As far as all the things we laid out. So I think it's a good start to the playoff. I hope it's close, mostly because a lot of the games in the 4-team weren't close. There's a long history of those semifinal games being dog crap as far as competitiveness. So we'll see how it starts off in this new era.
Yeah, that's something I'm interested in. And some of that is just that the 2010s just had 2, maybe 3 awesome teams every year that were actually just playing a different sport and were head and shoulders above everyone else, where this year we just don't have that. I mean, even Oregon, who's the only undefeated team, the number 1 overall seed, I don't think they're head and shoulders above other teams. I mean, we saw them play at home against Ohio State, and they needed the clock to run out to hold on to a 2-point win. So this should be. You would think that this is going to be a good playoff with a lot of close games, and we say that even though all the first round games, all their spreads are 6.5. This is actually the closest one. You have Texas is 12-point favorites, Penn State's 8.5-point favorites, Ohio State 7.5-point favorites. Now, some of these lines are a little inflated just because they are home games or on a neutral field. They would be 1-score games, but all these are supposed to be 2-score games. I don't think that we get nothing but 2-score games in these games. I know I feel pretty strongly that one of these games should be close at the very least, but that will be interesting to see if there is some of the 2015 Michigan State versus Alabama's where they kick the ball off, the first drive happens, you're like, Michigan State has no chance.
You look at them line up, and Alabama's carving through Michigan State, doing anything they want to, and Alabama can determine the score right now. If they want to embarrass Michigan State, they will. If they don't, they won't. I hope we don't see that, just for the enjoyment of the game.
I don't think you will, at least in the sense that it's over in the first quarter for Notre Dame, Indiana. I agree with you that I think Indiana can hold on, get it to halftime close, and then at that point it just becomes late game execution kind of stuff. And I tend to think that Notre Dame pulls away at the end just because Indiana, the only 2 teams we've seen them struggle with all year is Michigan and Ohio State. The 2 teams that are most like Notre Dame, most like,
particularly on the lines. Well, Ohio State injuries, but to the point.
Even then, the Ohio State's closer to Notre Dame than they are everyone else on Indiana's schedule.
So can Indiana hold up through 3.5 to 4 quarters, having to hold up against super talented, even if they're not experienced, the super talented players over and over again, because there will be sometimes waves depending on the opponent. And for the game's sake, I hope they can. And then we're talking about, can Riley Leonard or Rourke execute late? And if it comes down to that, I know which quarterback I'd pick. We just have to see it play out and see if I'm right. So that's game 1. Of course, we'll have the entire slate on Saturday as well. We haven't talked a lot about Texas Clemson, mostly because I just know we talk a lot about Texas, considering Big Team State. You're on the show. Do you believe you'll be comfortable in the second half, or you think you're going to be sweating this thing out?
I mean, I don't think I'll be comfortable. It might be a comfortable game. I don't know if I'll be comfortable.
Okay.
That's where I'm at with this Texas football experience of they pretty handily outplay their opponent, but they just don't pull away due to issues in the red zone, whether that's kicking field goals, missing field goals, turnovers in the red zone, anything you want that can go wrong in the red zone. In the last 3-4 weeks, Texas football has done that for you. So I do think that this could be a close game. I think of Clemson as kind of like Texas A&M. Like that's probably the most apt comparison for a team that Texas has played this season is the Texas A&M game from Thanksgiving, the Saturday night after Thanksgiving. So I think that if Quinn Ewers doesn't throw a pick 6, like we're looking at 17-0 at the very least.
Yeah.
So that's something where I don't know if it's going to be 38-3 like Georgia beat Clemson to start the year, but I do feel like it's a game that Texas should win comfortably. They just haven't actually done that yet. I just have questions about the Clemson offense against the Texas defense.
And that Clemson team we saw late against SMU, I think it's more of a team than the one that got out to the lead early in that ACC title game.
That's definitely what we've seen most of the year.
I think what we saw was SMU not being ready and Clemson taking advantage of it because of how many times they've played in that type of game, particularly the ACC title game. But as much as SMU is a great story, and we'll see what they do against Penn State, I think Texas far outmatches Clemson in multiple spots. The question will just be, for me at least, can we get a good performance from Quinn Ewers? If we get a good one, I don't think Clemson's in it in the third quarter. I think you look at the lines, you look at what Texas has outside. They have advantages everywhere. Just a question of if it's 3rd and 3, can Quinn make the throw? If he makes the throw and the drive continues,
or if it's 3rd and 3 on the 15, like, can you get the first down and then a touchdown?
Things like instead of kicking field goals, and we saw Auburn's
from the
issues.
20 to 20. I feel super good.
They'll move the ball. We saw it against Georgia. They were able to move the ball early.
Yes,
they just bogged down, and whether it be a penalty or a negative play, and then a pick here or there, it turns that game into one where you feel like you could be up 17-3. Instead, you're not, and it turns into one where you hurt their quarterback, and they play better in the second half.
And football is a very complicated game. There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of things that teams need to do right to give themselves a chance to win. And at the expense of sounding maybe too simplistic, at least psychology of a fan here, I feel like this game really just comes down to two guys. It comes down to Quinn Ewers, Cade Klubnik. What game are you going to get? I don't think they need to outplay each other. Like, there are more factors, but if you get oh my God, where has this Cade Klubnik been his entire college career kind of performance, I think Clemson can win. If he just blacks out and plays insane, like we've seen it before, where a quarterback can elevate. If he can do a Deshaun Watson impression against Alabama.
Or C.J. Stroud against Georgia.
If he can do that playing in his hometown, which will get beat into our heads watching this game. I'm already mad about it. I'm already. We can't take everyone from.
Is he going to?
We can't take everyone from Westlake. I'm sorry.
Is Klubnik one awesome performance away from saying they passed on me?
Yes.
Are we one?
Yes.
Okay.
Even if it's not true.
Yeah.
He was a 5-star.
Yeah.
They didn't pass on you.
Yeah.
You just decided to entrust your quarterback development with Dabo Swinney.
Well, which hadn't been a bad idea until Trevor Lawrence left.
Ask DJU. Ask Kelly Bryant.
I said it wasn't a bad idea until Trevor Lawrence left. I understand what has happened since, and Kelly Bryant was between Deshaun and Trevor Lawrence. He was
forgotten one.
He was a placeholder, and then Trevor Lawrence took over. So yes, I would agree. I think Klubnik will be okay. I don't think he'll be overwhelming. I don't think Texas's defense will allow for that to happen. And despite some of the writing about the emergence of the Clemson wide receivers, okay, let me see that against Texas's defense and their DBs before I start to really believe Clemson's receivers. And Williams is a nice inside guy, slot guy, but their issue has been for years that they haven't been able to match what they did during their glory days with their outside receivers.
Yeah.
And even, Justin, what's his name?
Justin Ross.
Justin Ross was a great freshman. T. Higgins, we know. They have not matched that production since, and it's been one of their downfalls. All right, Pena, I know you're on the line. We'll get to you when we come back. Michael Carroll is going to join us as well. We are here at Republic Boot Company. We're here till noon. Come out here. Maybe not just for us, but you might want a taco from Nico's. They're still here. Maybe you want some boots. They have anything you might want when it comes to boots. I mentioned the cowhides, of course, cowboy hats. They have it all. Belts, purses, all out here at Republic Boot Company in the Heights. Come out and join us, or pick up something nice. It is Christmas time. You might need to still be shopping for, not groceries, as we found out. You can be out there for groceries, but it's likely you're looking for something for someone special. So you can come out here to Republic Boot Company and get that. So a couple more segments here at Republic Boot Company, and we will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company in the Heights, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This one will be quick because we have Michael Carroll on the other side. He gives you what you should or shouldn't watch, and there was a major trailer that came out, part of the new DC universe, thanks to James Gunn. So we'll ask Michael what he thinks of that trailer. But first, let's talk to Pena. Pena, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, Bill? Hey, man. Can you give a couple reasons why Sark shouldn't switch to Arch Manning? And I don't want to hear Quinn has experience with ranked teams, because his experience with ranked teams is straight garbage. And I watched what's that movie? Violent Night yesterday with the guy from Stranger Things, Hopper.
Yeah.
It was pretty good, man. It's a Christmas movie. It's a violent Christmas movie. I don't know if you watched it or not. If you haven't, pretty good movie. Check it out. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Pena. We talked about this yesterday. Christmas movies popped up randomly, and Bad Santa is my favorite Christmas movie. Violent Night was Santa being a guy who will mow you down with an automatic weapon, and David Harbour plays that role. I have not seen. I've seen the trailer. I might watch it. It hasn't appealed to me very much, but who knows? Gonna have a lot of time off next week, so maybe I'll get to that.
The thing is about the time off, though, you have most of your time off after Christmas.
It's true.
Are you watching Christmas movies on the 26th, 27th?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, the Christmas party's the 23rd. I'll be done with work at noon.
That is true.
So I'll be home all Christmas Eve, and obviously the rest of Christmas, or obviously the rest of the 23rd. So there's time. I've already done the rewatch where I do Lord of the Rings. I do that. I'm doing that yearly. I think last year I did it around Christmas. This year I did it for Thanksgiving when we had time off. I did the extended version because I ain't got nothing to do. You want to add 3 extra hours to the total experience? Why not? I don't know. What else am I going to do? Just watch it. So I did that. So you make a good point. How many Christmas movies am I going to cram in before it seems stupid to watch them on the 26th and the 27th?
I mean, right now, like I don't think I've watched a Christmas movie this Christmas time. I've watched other movies, plenty of other movies, plenty of worse movies.
They are. They want me to watch Christmas movies, but they have not gotten me to watch a Christmas movie as of yet.
I mean, it's not getting me. It's just I just don't. I went on Peacock and I was like, you know what? I want to watch The Northman instead of Jingle All the Way. I don't know if that's on Peacock. But something like that.
A movie where a man devotes his whole life to trying to get revenge, and then it turns out,
and they bark a lot,
and it turns out he was mistaken.
Yeah, no spoilers.
Yeah, yeah.
But yes, it was a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, he goes, wait a minute, my mom said actually. I'll use it. I'm not going to use the word I would have used if I wasn't on air. So yeah, The Northman I liked. Silent Night probably not going to the top. Of Violent Night, yeah, Violent Night probably not going to the top list, but you never know. Maybe it'll catch me in a moment of weakness when it comes to Christmas movies. As far as the Quinn Ewers thing, I will respond with this. What about Arch, other than he's not Quinn, makes you want him out there? As far as what you've seen from him, not what you think he's capable of, what you've seen from him. Look, the easy thing to go is Sark knows he watches them in practice, but that's not great for what we do. So we won't do that. But I haven't seen anything from Arch Manning that makes me think, oh, he has to play. I think the appeal is the obvious things: the name, the status, the 5-star status, and the fact that you're sick of Quinn Ewers.
And he can run. Like that to me is like the biggest.
But I'll ask, would Sark create a game plan? And he would have had plenty of time to do it if he was going to name Arch a starter after the SEC title game. That would feature Arch Manning turning into Haynes King and running the ball as much as Haynes King did against Georgia. Would he implement that, or is Sark, because of who he is, Arch is going to be a drop back passer, and he may run in design maybe 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I think it would be maybe more than like 3 or 4, but it would be like zone read type stuff,
not the power stuff that.
Does. No. I mean, we were comparing him to Haynes King and Tim Tebow. I think that's just a shorthand for what his current role could be, and even then, he only took 2 snaps in the Georgia game when we talked all week about it. I think that's part of it, is that we got ourselves worked up about Arch coming in against Georgia and having packages for him. And again, he took one snap in overtime, the first play of overtime, and then he had one snap that was designed to snap through his legs, direct snap to the running back on a fake quarterback sneak where they snapped it through his legs to I think it was Jaden Blue who got a first down. So like I think Sark has shown not just through words but also actions that hey guys, you're probably talking about this a little too much. I do agree that like some mobility would be nice, but ultimately like this is still a guy who's only played like 5 college games and actually had to like throw the ball in like 5 college games, and it was against like Louisiana Monroe, UTSA, Mississippi State. Like this is not, and then Georgia where he wasn't good. So I'm less like, oh my god, this team would win the national championship with Arch Manning. Like we don't know that. Like I've seen him throw in triple coverage plenty of times against those ULMs, against UTSA to know like, yeah, his last name's Manning, but he's not Peyton out there. Like he doesn't get that from his uncles. Like he is still having to learn on the fly.
He is not deciphering defenses and forcing them to do things they don't want to do because of how scared they are of him picking them apart. He's not that yet. Will he ever become that? Will he ever become a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback? That would be asking a lot. Okay, there it is. That'd be asking a lot of the young man.
Hey, we're 3 for 3 on Manning's in the Hall of but we're going to be
diminishing returns as far as there was Peyton, there's Eli. If we keep going down the list, Arch may hope to be a Pro Bowler the way things are going, but that'd be good enough for Texas football at least right now.
The farther they get away from original recipe,
it
gets
keeps
worse and worse.
A little worse and worse, but we'll see what Arch is next year for the Texas Longhorns. So I understand the want to not watch Quinn Ewers play quarterback for you anymore. I just don't know that Arch Manning is the right answer right now.
Yeah.
Next year, wouldn't put it past him to be a great player. We got some Astros news. We'll do it now because we got Michael Carroll coming up. Chandler Rome is reporting that they're getting really close to bringing on Christian Walker. They're in serious talks and progressing towards a deal. That is your first baseman. Paredes is your third baseman. And that...
Well, Paredes...
No.
Alex Bregman's your third baseman. Oh, wait. If they sign Christian Walker, where's Alex Bregman?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly. There it is.
Can he play left field? Can any of them play left field?
I know we want to move guys around to make the Alex Bregman thing stay alive, but with the reporting that Christian Walker is getting closer and closer to becoming an Astro, that's Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome reporting that. You can wave officially goodbye.
Not officially.
He does have to sign someplace. And
pending physicals.
Well, he said he would play second. So do you want to move? You want to bring him on at second and go, what do we do with Altuve?
Left field.
Well, a great second baseman for the Astros did play in the outfield. It did happen. It did happen.
Now he's a member of the front office.
So maybe it's idea. It's his idea, and I do pray that don't close the door on the possibility that Bregman's going to come back just because they're signing Christian Walker, just so people can wrap themselves around the fact that they would move Altuve someplace. But in all reality, or at least realistically, if the Walker deal is finalized, we can officially stop talking about the Astros are still in it because they're operating, and they've operated all offseason like they're not in it.
Is that a picture of Alex Bregman like right in front of us behind those boots?
There's a picture of Alex Bregman hawking a jerky up at the front.
Oh, what a day for the Alex Bregman era to appear to be over.
Officially be over. Christian Walker close to signing with your Houston Astros. Your corner infielders seem pretty much set if that deal gets done, and then we move on to the outfield and whether they can strengthen what appears to be a weak spot there. So, news, not official, but getting ever closer. All right, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. He'll tell you what you can watch, what you should watch, what you shouldn't watch. Maybe you should watch your Alex Bregman compilations on YouTube because that might be the last time you can enjoy him in a Nationals uniform. We will talk to Michael Carroll when we come back. Some guy joins us after a week off. That's Michael Carroll, one of the hosts of Comicast, which you can hear on ESPN 97.5. And, of course, you can also hear it in podcast form wherever you listen to podcasts. Michael, the big question for me is, what did you think of the Superman trailer? Superman brought to everyone by James Gunn, a new universe beginning pretty much with Superman. Now, Blue Beetle's hanging around, but we know Superman is the guy kicking off this new run for DC. A lot of people I saw felt like it brought back the feel of Superman. Zack Snyder stuff too dark. This felt more hopeful, despite some of what we saw. It felt like Superman was back. What did you think after watching the trailer?
I don't appreciate Blue Beetle taking a shot out of nowhere. There's catching strays.
I mentioned Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Yeah,
that's not a shot. I actually mentioned him.
Well, there was a tone used that I don't know that I appreciate. There was.
Did you hear my chuckle when he said it?
Yes, I did hear that too. That also helped clue me into it. I liked the trailer. I thought it was a good departure of what we've seen previously. Of course, when we talk about Zack Snyder and his universe building and the darkness of that one, this one obviously is more comic booky, more hopeful, more inspiring, but also showcases like him in a different place than what we expected. Him being, of course, beat up at the beginning of the trailer. The other thing is you're seeing much more of a comic book world lived in with all the different characters that pop up, the international conflict of it all. Like, it just feels different compared to what we've seen from Superman in forever, I guess, because this is definitely outside of maybe animation at this point.
Let me ask you a question. Look, we've seen it in movies where someone who is not happy will throw something at royalty.
Yeah.
Or will throw something at someone in power. How divorced from reality and reason do you have to be to throw something at a superpowered alien? In the trailer, some guy just throws an empty can at Superman's head, and of course, Superman, so he's not going to do anything. But still, I'm like, you know what? This guy could turn around and hit me
and just laser beam me.
Yeah, laser beam me, and my life would be over.
They definitely don't have the boys in there.
No chance.
He would
Homelander
steer clear.
Yeah,
Homelander did it.
He did do it. So he has set an example. Like, don't mess with me. I get it. Superman, he doesn't kill unless he's in a Zack Snyder movie. But I'm not throwing a can at Superman.
Well, like, people are stupid in crowds, so there's like one guy that's like, I bet you wouldn't throw that at him, and they're like, I'll do it, and throws it. Like, if you're by yourself with you're not gonna do that to Superman if you're by yourself. You're gonna be scared.
No,
but in
the
a
mob
crowd,
mentality.
In a crowd, you're like, I could do it.
Do you think Superman felt it?
He didn't appear to feel it. I think he felt it, but didn't react. He just kept walking. If you watch the trailer, some guy throws a can at him. Superman just keeps walking.
It's literally like a half second of the trailer
Yeah.
that we've already talked about.
But I could not. I just thought about it. He's a superpowered alien who can kill you in any way possible. And you're like, hey, let's try this out because I know he's not going to touch me. Superman. I wouldn't say kill the guy, but you got to establish a dominance where
Scare him.
People don't know. People know not to try you.
Yeah. Look back.
Regular human beings can't try you.
Can't be soft.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draymond Green thinks Superman's soft.
Yeah. yes.
Call back from the first segment.
We played a clip early in the show where Draymond's calling out someone. So, other than my contention that no one should be brave enough to throw a can at Superman, the tone I liked. I did like I'm a fan of Rachel Brosnahan, so I'm glad she's playing Lois Lane. We did not see Supergirl, who's supposed to be in the movie. We did see Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl looked pretty good. As far as, I guess you would say, cameos, we don't know how much they'll be in the movie. As far as the superpowered cameos, which one did you like the best?
I don't know that I have one favorite. I'm probably Nathan Fillion rocking the Guy Gardner bowl cut. Like, it's very accurate, and he's going to be egotistical jerk in the movie. But I think all these characters are going to be more than cameos, because I think the story with where they're possibly going, I mean, I don't know for 100%, but where they're possibly going with this story, all these characters, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, all of them are going to be integral to the plot and to the world building that James Gunn's trying to set up for the future. Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, I'd probably lean towards that one, honestly, just because it, like, when you see him, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, that's perfect choice. I don't even need to hear you act too much. I just know I've seen Nicholas Hoult enough to where I know he could play a psychopath in some way.
Yeah, I like the little flashes we saw of him, and I wasn't so against the Superman Zack Snyder movies. We can get into the Snyder Cut stuff. Actually, we can't because I don't want to. But I didn't dislike Man of Steel, Batman. Batman versus Superman. I didn't have the same feel that other people do because they just simply hate Zack Snyder. Rebel Moon aside, Michael, as you told us about earlier, but I do like to see a difference, and I trust James Gunn. He does superhero movies pretty well, so I'm looking forward to it. So that's the trailer for Superman. You can see it out anywhere. Just type in Superman. You'll find it on YouTube if you so choose. Going to Comicast, which is we always like to talk about that. What were the big topics of conversation for you and John this week?
Oh boy, did we talk about a movie that I think everyone should not watch, and that is Craven the Hunter. Don't watch
You
that.
should have told me that before I saw it.
Oh, well, I took off last week. I'm sorry. My bad. But yeah,
$50 to watch that movie.
Hey, I watched it too, and yeah, it's not good. Don't. For everybody else outside of Sean Mapes, don't watch it.
We did it so you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. We watched it and we were like, oh no.
I do appreciate on the Comicast feed that it's a spoiler-free review of Craven.
As if it matters.
As if anyone would care if you spoiled that movie.
Probably not, but
I do.
Yeah.
I do. We do appreciate you respecting because spoilers suck.
Yes,
but Craven sucks more. So I think we would have been fine.
I guess the question is: are you going to have a full spoilers conversation about?
Yeah,
this
are you
movie?
doing another podcast on Craven?
I
don't think so. Probably not. Probably not. Because Jong has zero plans to see this movie. So
of course not.
probably not. I do in the review, in the non-spoiler review, I do talk about one thing that gets into spoilers about the movie because it's just so baffling. Because yet again, it's a technical mess. Like I just don't understand how you edit this movie and be like, yeah, that's fine.
Looks good.
Let's
ship
it. Let's do this. Like there's no I don't know, oversight, anything. Like as an editor,
quality control.
Like as an editor, it just drove me nuts. I'm not on the same level as those guys, but still, like, come on.
Well, considering what you just saw, you might be.
You might be on the same level as those guys.
Yeah, of whoever wasn't power to edit Craven, you might be. So
I'm sorry to cut you off. They literally digitally imposed Ariana DeBoe's mouth at one point on herself, but it looked like how somebody would do it on TikTok on like an inanimate object. Like it was just really weird, and this stuff like that was just baffling to me.
You think Sony is just like, let's see how much crap we can put out there, and if anyone will eat it up? Do they understand what they're up to, or are they treating these efforts with honesty and actually trying to put out a good product? Because there really is no explanation other than we're just going to throw out crap and see who swallows it. I don't get it.
There was a report like that said something to the effect of they have no quality control over there, and they were spoiled with the first Venom being a success, a box office success. And they were like, yeah, then we could use any side character and not have Spider-Man in it, and it'll be a success. And sure enough, it has not been the case.
Yeah, the original thought for that now defunct universe was to have Spider-Man involved, but then Michael mentioned it. Venom was good enough, and they said, you know what, we can do this thing where we don't include Spider-Man, and that has failed miserably as that universe is now done for
now, air quotes.
Yes. Well, sure. Anything can come back, but for now, it is done.
Michael, was there a post-credit scene to this, to Craven?
Oh, fun fact, no post-credit or mid-credit scene.
Okay, good.
They just what should have been like a post-credit or mid-credit scene.
Yeah, they just put it in the movie.
They just put it in at the end, right before the credits. It was like, let's not make people wait for this.
So that's a strong don't watch from Michael, if you couldn't tell. Don't watch Craven. Don't insult Blue Beetle. That's what we found out so far.
Yeah, don't
on the
insult
show.
Blue Beetle.
So let's move to something people can watch and should watch. What's a suggestion from you?
Take the family to see Sonic 3. I mean, it's Sonic. What do you expect? It's the Blue Hedgehog. It's getting great reviews so far from both critics and audiences. So take the family out to watch that movie, probably over Mufasa, in a movie that I don't know that a lot of people wanted, and it looks like a lot of people are not wanting because that one's more of a middling reviewed movie as of so far. Probably the best movie is The Brutalist at 96%. It's in limited release though, so you might have to go looking. So if you want just a wide release that'll be fun for the family, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, that's where you go. In terms of theaters, streaming wise, it's kind of a quiet weekend, honestly. What If Season 3 premieres on Sunday on Disney Plus, and new episodes of that show will premiere every day until it's finished. I think it's 8 or 9 episodes. Juror number 2, which was directed by Clint Eastwood, Nicholas Hoult, who we mentioned earlier. That movie is now on Max, so you can stream that. That's universally loved by both critics and audiences. And then a couple of middling shows and movies that are coming out, but like it's a kind of a quiet weekend. If anything, watch college football playoff and football this weekend because it's kind of quiet in terms of streaming. The last thing I do want to mention, because we won't be on before it premieres, Squid Game Season 2 comes out next Thursday. So check that out on Netflix.
That is Michael Carroll giving you what to watch and in some cases what not to watch, and Craven heads at the top list. Is that the worst thing you've seen this year?
No, Unfrosted was the worst thing I saw this year.
What
Madam Web
is that?
being a close second.
What is Unfrosted?
Unfrosted is on Netflix, and it is the Jerry Seinfeld Pop-Tart movie.
We talked about that. I forgot the name
it.
immediately because
Yeah.
I was thinking Frosty the Snowman or something. I was thinking it goes like that. No, it's a Pop-Tart movie.
It's the Pop-Tart movie with that's a movie. You know, they talk about superheroes being cameo fest. No, that movie is a cameo fest, and it sucked. It was boring. I didn't laugh. Like, I was just annoyed. And then, of course, second to that is Madam Web.
So Craven is third on your list?
Yeah, probably. Honestly.
Okay.
Wait,
so 2 Sony movies make the top 3 of your worst watched this year.
Venom Last Dance better than Craven?
Yes, because of technical issues in Craven. I have to, like, if a movie has like technical screw ups, I can't like put that in a higher spot than Venom or any. At least that one didn't have
Venom
technical
respecter.
screw-ups. Yeah,
Michael,
Venom
you didn't-
respecter.
I gotta respect
Michael
it.
Carroll.
It's bad,
Michael, you didn't,
but I gotta respect
but
it.
not that bad. Michael, you didn't see it, but there was 2 fist pumps, like multiple fist pumps from Sean after you gave Venom a little bit of credit. That's Michael Carroll. You can listen to him on Spotify or Apple. His podcast Comicast is there. There will be no Comicast this upcoming week, according to the grid I'm looking at, because it is Christmas time. People take some time off, so it'll be back in its normal time eventually. But Michael Carroll and John Lee taking a little bit of time off as they are wont to do. Michael, thank you for joining us. We will talk to you in 2 Fridays from today, and we'll have more to discuss when we get back. That's Michael Carroll, host of Comicast, along with John Lee. We do have official breaking news. We'll get to that when we come back. The Astros have made a big move, which signals the end of an era. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Republic Boot Company in the Heights, it's the Dale Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know it's a new producer when Trapped gets played on this show to close it out.
I would never have
No offense to Trapped or Abigail, but Sean would never have played Trapped on this show.
I'm sorry, listeners.
I apologize. So the news before we go, because we are short on time, is Jim Bowden is reporting that the Alex Bregman era is over because Christian Walker is an Astro pending a physical. So all those serious talks, and that's the baseball clue that this deal is about to get done. Jim Bowden's reporting it is done. Christian Walker, 33 years old, is an Astro. He'll be 34 before the year begins. So they were really trying to get a 34-year-old on this roster. Nolan Arenado said no. Christian Walker apparently has said yet. We don't know anything about the terms, how long, money. I don't see any of that. But with Christian Walker slated to play first and Isaac Paredes slated to play third, that kind of tells you it's over. Alex Bregman will be playing someplace else. If you didn't pick up on all that beforehand, now it appears official that Bregman done as an Astro.
Yeah. If it's high teens, maybe 20s for 3 years, obviously I don't like losing Bregman, but just judging the move as a move, like the Kyle Tucker thing where you judge the move as the move.
Yeah.
I think I'd be fine with that. It's just not very inspiring. And like you said, I do not like the fact that the Astros front office is killing themselves to add someone in their mid-30s while refusing to pay Alex Bregman for his hypothetical downfall in his mid to late 30s.
It is a move to tell you we're still trying to win. I just don't know how smart it is, but they will have a legit Major League first baseman, which they didn't have at all last year. And you just hope that Isaac, which we'll have to figure out how to pronounce consistently, because I know it reads Isaac, but it is Isaac Paredes, is your new third baseman. That trade or that acquisition happened, as Sean mentioned, in the Kyle Tucker trade. So there it is. Your entire infield from first to third is Walker, Altuve, Pena, and Paredes. And the outfield still needs some work, but the Astros have done their business trying to fix their infield, and we'll see how it plays out the rest of the way. But yeah, getting older at the corners, it's okay. You had to do something.
Yeah,
you want to win. These are good players.
It's a fine recovery, but it is a recovery.
I don't know if you want to even say they weren't proactive, because it felt like they knew they weren't making these deals as far as with Tucker and Bregman. But the recovery is older players who you hope aren't going to turn into what Abreu turned into when he was here. You hope. That's the hope. Sure. We know that what that Abreu thing was awful. It's no guarantee that Paredes and Walker are going to be bad. It's just we've just seen it already, and we were hoping to avoid it, but this is where we are. So there it is. We have a new first baseman and a third baseman for your Astros going forward, which means Bregman will be playing for some team we probably hate, and we'll have to deal with that when it happens. So we're done here at Republic Boot Company. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees.
Aggie basketball's up next.
Oh, you're right. Aggie basketball. It is that time of the year where shows get preempted and they're midday basketball games. So Aggie basketball is up next. I apologize for that. So Abigail, since Sean and I are done and you're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you on Monday.